Good morning on this beautiful Monday, August 22nd, 2022. This is the meeting of the Community Redevelopment Agency Advisory Board. I won't go through a long list of about coming up to talk to us because I don't see anybody out in the audience except for one nice lady who has already filled out her form. So without any further ado, could we have the roll call, please?
Member Askar.
Here.
Member Dominic.
Here.
Vice Chair Dondeville.
Here.
Member Frouchon.
Here.
Member Levy. Member Palmer.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Jenkins, is there any changes to our agenda or additions?
I have no changes or additions at this time.
And I see no public comment other than Ms. Kurtz. Did you want to talk now or did you want to wait till an item?
If I can talk now, that would be great.
Sure. We'd love to hear from you.
It's a busy day, so I appreciate this. Is this mic working?
Turn the right-hand button on.
Right. It's on? Okay. All right. Good morning, CRA Advisory Board members. I'm Elizabeth Kurtz-Isbell. I'm the president of the Naples Design District, and I know you guys are talking about the master plan today. First off, I want to say thank you. We really appreciate all the investment. It's been great working with Anita and really figuring out the implementation of this. So I handed out kind of our priority list. It does go hand in hand with a lot of what DPC co-design did. But you can see our overall goals. One of them was already accomplished, which was officially naming our area the Naples Design District. So that was very exciting news since we've invested a lot in that. But as you guys know, we want to preserve the historical charm and foster a more creative environment in our area. And meeting with Anita, I know this is being worked on, but creating new and improved policies, a lot of that regarding parking, outdoor seating, and some signage. So I know that's kind of in the works of creating more verbiage that's more supportive of our businesses. And then lastly, establish a more pedestrian-friendly experiencing through landscaping, lighting, parking, and outdoor seating. I know you guys have it in your plans to maybe start working on First Avenue South, and that's going to be a really great way to see what this master plan will do for the pedestrian experience. Next are just short-term items. We've had a lot of community members, our members invest a lot of time in this master plan. So what's really exciting is to see things actually happen. One of them is supporting the bid process. This is to kind of help with the longevity of investing in this plan. The Naples Design District, we're here to help support this, whether it's getting those property owners together and hosting an event for them to educate them on the master plan and everything, or just getting the word of mouth out. Then signage. Signage is very important. We want people to come to the district and know where they are. We're looking for monument signs on 41 and Goodlet, banners to possibly increase in size. And one thing that's very exciting is it's our centennial next year for the city of Naples. So we're looking to maybe create a design for 2023 that has centennial shown, whether it's having the Naples Depot on those, whatever it may be. We just want to build off of that exciting year. Other things are finding locations where we can put these monument signs so people really know, and putting directories throughout the district. We want to go past parking and landscaping improvements and talk more about bike racks, trash receptacles, benches, and creating a more unique experience. We've talked about tactical art, which is a term I learned from Anita, and doing something, whether it's creating a competition with artists where they can come and design a new look for the crosswalks. That way when a driver's driving down 10th Street, they can have kind of a little mental note to slow down. It's a very fast-paced street. Or if we want to do something like centennial art murals on the walls. Also, we want to encourage more events throughout the Naples Design District. So anything you guys need from us, we're here for you. Happy to attend any other future meetings, but thank you guys for your time. Any questions?
Anybody else have any questions?
I just had a comment, and this is a particular interest of mine, but would ask the Naples Design District to also think about noise pollution and how we, at the outset, start to think about how that's going to be integrated so that there are minimal friction in the rest of it.
Exactly, taking into account where there are places of residences so it doesn't bother them after hours. I know we have the holiday stroll and we want to be very conscious of where we put entertainment, whether that's keeping it inside, keeping speakers from being utilized. So we do have that, and even light pollution, I know that's been something that's been in discussion, so thank you.
Yes, thank you for the update. Can you elaborate a little more on the parking solutions that you may have in mind? Because I know that's a serious problem at hand.
Yes, there is a lot of discussion on that, partly on business owners and on the other side of property owners. I actually represent the collective Naples also, and we purchased and built a parking garage according to the ordinances to make sure we had enough parking for our restaurant that's coming in. Not every new developer comes in and does that, and that's what is a concern. I know different showroom owners, their clients can't park anywhere. There's been different ideas thrown out. I know Gulf Shore Playhouse is having a garage put in. I know we're looking to maybe through the master plan put one at more north and even one on the south end also. But there's been different discussions, like could the avenues be 2-hour parking? And then 10th Street is just no limitation. Just different ideas that could happen, because as a property owner, also myself, it is frustrating to see how we provided our own parking, yet it's being taken away from us. So I know there's a lot of solutions out there, but there's a lot of code that comes into place. It is open parking, which is great for restaurants. We don't want restaurants to lose their capacity limits because they cannot get enough parking spaces for the restaurant. So I know there's always another side to this. So.
Thank you.
Questions?
It's funny because I 100% I'm on the same page with Elizabeth. I understand the goals of the design district and the association. I think one of the things that I've been trying to articulate every time is we have a master plan that we've been working on that talks about the future, and we need to have the master plan. But what I believe we're hearing, especially coming from the notes from the design district, there has to be a plan to accommodate things in the short term, and that will impact the businesses that are there now. And I think a lot of what's happening on this list is they're calling out the priorities that are important to the members of the association. So I think as an advisory board, we just have to make sure that we're all on the same page, that we're mapping out a plan that not only helps to support the master plan that will happen years down the road, but how can we help to accomplish the low-hanging fruit, the easily accomplishable things that will make a huge difference to the businesses that are currently open, and prepare ourselves for a more future implementation of the master plan. So things like adjusting the parking, contemplating maybe a 2-hour parking limit, getting the landscaping done, the banners, the art and the crosswalks, things to engage the neighborhood, because that's the stuff that I know all the members are looking forward to. I think that will help to align with the press releases and things that are going out, that people are getting excited about what's happening in the design district. And we have to make sure, I believe, that we have to really make sure that we're accomplishing things along the way so people see that things are changing, that businesses are excited that things are changing, and that there's a plan in place. Because we all know that a lot can happen, a lot of things can change over the years, and as a business in the district, I've experienced how slowly things get done, and people get frustrated and discouraged when things take a really long time. So I just really encourage us to think about, obviously we're supporting the master plan, but what can we do now to make changes? I'll give you a good example. My lease is up at the end of season. I may not renew my lease, and there are a lot of other people in that situation. If we started to do these things that will help to shift the energy and make changes in the neighborhood, that may give me and other business owners more confidence. I'm going to renew my lease. I'm going to stay because I want to be part of the process. But if things take so long to get done, that's a factor to think about, is whether or not I want to continue to stay in the district, because change is not happening as fast as we all would like it to happen. So that's just my 2 cents. Thanks.
I'm good as well.
All right, thank
very
you
much
guys
for
so
your
much, and
presentation.
I agree with David. We want to see some things help, and we're here to help with Anita to get any ball moving. We've got a lot of people who have experience and expertise in this area, so we're here for you guys. Thank you, and have a good day.
Thank you. Our next item on the agenda is approval of the minutes from June 27th, 2022. Do I have a motion for the minutes?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second?
All in favor? Aye.
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 Anybody opposed? Takes care of that matter of business. So our next matter of business is to elect a chair. Do we have any guidance that we need to follow, you might ask?
Yes, Anita Jenkins, the CRA Administrator. The procedures for you to nominate a new chair are in the agenda memorandum prepared. But perhaps some of you may not have been here in June, so going back on the history of this is that the chair had resigned at the last meeting, and the request for meeting with the CRA and additional meetings was more than his schedule could bear, and maybe not so much in agreement with that process. So that is why Mr. Donneville, as our vice chair, is sitting as chair currently while we elect a new chair. So the process will be that you will have nominations, and nominations will be open until you hear no more nominations. If you are nominated to serve as chair, you may elect to agree to that nomination or decline the nomination. Once everyone has finished with any nominations, then you will vote by alphabetical order. So if you hear more than one nomination, please have in mind who you would like to vote for, so you're not just voting for everyone. But we have 5 members here today, so just keep that in mind, that nominations will go in alphabetical order. Nominations do not require a second. So you can nominate, either accept or decline the nomination, and then move on to the voting from there.
So as stated by Anita verbally and in her memorandum, that is pursuant to your rules of procedure, which were adopted.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to start the ball rolling then. I'm going to nominate Mr. Palmer for chair.
And I must respectfully decline. I don't feel that I love serving on the board. Will continue to do so, but I feel like, given all the other commitments I have, that I must decline, and I apologize for that.
Understood. Are there any other nominations for the chair?
Yes, I would like to nominate George DeDanville as chair. I think his past and long service on the board and his involvement in the community makes him an ideal chair for the CRA, for the CRAB, and for the times we need to go through in the next year or so.
Are there any other nominations?
Vice Chair Donneville, do you accept that the nomination?
Yes. Are there any other nominations?
I would second that.
Okay, I don't think we need a second for the
That's okay.
nomination. Call for the third and last time. Are there any other nominations?
Are there nominations for vice chair, or do we do chair?
That will be separate, yes.
Okay. Then I guess we need to still have a formal vote.
Yes.
Then do I call just down the roll, or a roll call vote?
The process, let me go back to your process. So you're going to call for the nominations, and then so the candidates receiving the majority of the vote of the quorum present shall be elected. So with that, yes, since you need a vote, I would say that with that nomination, if that is the election of the chair, excuse me, please do that by motion.
I'll make a motion to nominate George DeDanville as chairman of the CRAB.
Second.
Could you please call the roll?
Member Askar,
Yes.
Member Dominic,
Yes.
Vice Chair Donahue,
Yes. That sounds
Member
weird.
Fushon,
Yes.
Member Levy, Member Palmer.
Yes.
Okay, passes.
And now we don't have a vice chair, so we need to open nominations for the vice chair.
I'd like to nominate Julie Dominic for vice chair.
Are there any other, oh, do you accept that?
I would accept that. Thank you.
Are there any other nominations for vice chair? Hearing none, I'll make a motion that we elect Julie Dominic as the vice chair of the CRAB.
Second.
Could you please call the roll?
Member Askar,
Yes.
Member Dominic,
Yes.
Vice Chair Donahue,
Yes.
Member Fushon,
Yes.
Member Levy, Member Palmer.
Yes.
Okay, we've taken care of number 5. I'm leaving, you're now the, just joking. Okay, now we'll move to all of Anita's stuff in her presentation. So we'll move to item 6, which is affordable housing strategies.
And while the presentation, I have prepared presentations for you this morning to go through the information included in your agenda memorandums. I have prepared presentations to go through each one of the items in your agenda memorandums so we can stay on the same page on these strategies. And I will invite you to interrupt me on each slide to discuss the strategy. At the end of the item or during the item, I would ask for you all on any recommendations or strategies that you provide either by consensus or by motion, a recommendation to the CRA on these different strategies. So you can do this at the end, or you can do it strategy by strategy, whichever you feel is most appropriate for you. So I'll begin the presentation, and congratulations to our chair and our vice chair. Look forward to working with you all. So just to begin this, where we are starting with our affordable housing strategy is where we left off with the affordable housing study that was brought to you. And in phase 3 of that study, the consultant provided key priorities for consideration. So just to remind you of those key priorities, the first one, and this is language directly from that report in this presentation. So the first key priority was to preserve everything we can. The second key priority was to land trust everything. And then the next one was to consolidate government functions, use internal subsidies whenever possible. And those internal subsidies, if you remember, that's where you're doing a mix of both market rate housing and units that are more attainable. So you're mixing the units in one project, and that's what that means, if you'll recall that. I'm going to go through each one of these strategies following this summary of it, but again, just to remind you what the key points were from the study. The next item was to create an overlay district within the CRA to address affordable housing. And those are unit types, sizes, densities, things like that. The next one was a dedicated local housing fund. And finally, strengthening partnerships and capacity. And if you'll recall, the consultant reminded us to act decisively and act now, and not to prolong decision-making on this process. So that's the strategy that we're bringing forward to you today, is to begin to act on this. So to remind you of when we talk about preserve everything that we have, what we have right now in the city are primarily 4 different projects that are affordable housing projects. 2 of the projects, the land underneath them, George Washington Carver and Jasmine K, that land is owned by the city. And then the properties went through tax increment financing or tax affordable housing tax financing to provide that housing. We do have a management company and to manage George Washington Carver, and you also have a financing authority board overseeing that. The other two projects, the Jade and Stillwater Cove, that was formerly the Gordon River projects, are owned by a private company. That land is not owned by the city, but that is owned by Corridor, who has purchased the Gordon River apartments and has been doing updates to those units and leasing them back out. So in total, we have approximately 343 units on about 20 acres. And I've put if you notice the in paren up here, the UPA, that's units per acre. And I've included that information for you all to get an idea of what the average unit per acre is for these type of projects. These are all multifamily projects, and you can see that we're going from about 11 units per acre with George Washington Carver, that's a very suburban style, to a more intense project of the former Gordon River project apartments that's about 29 units per acre. So these are small parcels, 3 to 5 acres, and the multifamily housing just increases that density. But just looking at these properties, the George Washington Carver, Jasmine K in the Design District area, along with Jade in the Design District area, and then Stillwater Cove, which is in the River Park East neighborhood. So those are the ones that we have to date, and you can kind of recognize these projects and the open space that is provided, and determine for yourself if that's a high density or not. Again, in preserving everything you can. We do have other properties in the CRA, and again, we're talking CRA wide. So this isn't limited to just the design district or any particular neighborhood. But what I have up here now is just an example of one of the neighborhoods that we have, the River Park East neighborhood, where you can see there's a number of single-family homes and then the multifamily home here. So the strategy to preserve existing affordable housing units is to potentially create a grant program for the rehabilitation of these units. There are units, single-family units in this neighborhood, in Lake Park neighborhood, that a portion of that is in the CRA. So this would be a grant fund that would be established to assist property owners that meet a certain criteria for assistance to help rehabilitate those properties. So we look at some examples of when properties turn over, generational properties. So if it turns over and you don't have the homestead anymore and you're paying the taxes, that might put a burden on you to replace a roof or fix some other facade improvements that are needed, painting, things like that. So this strategy is geared to maintaining affordable housing by assisting property owners to maintain their properties and keep those properties either homesteaded or within the families, and not going into the turnover pool in the market.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
So when you talk about doing rehab or improvements, the people that are living in those residences, what happened? Like, do they move out? This is after they move out? Like, when would they actually do the work if you're living in the unit?
So that's part of the criteria that we're going to have to establish if this is recommended and adopted by the CRA to move forward with this program. And when I say the CIP 23 C16 allocation, when we get to your capital improvement program and your budget, recall that we had a placeholder in there for $3 million. So of that $3 million, there would be a decision made to allocate a portion of that for a grant establishment. So who that would go to would be part of the criteria that would be developed. Would it be only for single family or single family and multifamily? Would it only be for homesteaded properties, or would it be available for any homeowner that demonstrated need through criteria and thresholds? So those things are something that would have to be established with this fund to determine what's appropriate and how we do that. But certainly, depending on the type of work, we may need to include temporary housing while that work is being done. So it just depends on the nature of the work, but that would be part of what we would try to bring back to you, a program for your consideration if this is a strategy that's recommended and approved by the CRA.
Like, who determines the scope of work? I mean, if there does need to be work that's done, who goes in and actually says, this is what needs to be done?
So that will be part of the program that's established, and whether that is part of the city services that we're asking code enforcement and building officials to help us participate in that program to evaluate the needs. The application process would determine part of that, what the need is, and then verifying that through our departments. Otherwise, we could also have some partnership, for instance, with the development or the construction industry. CBIA would be one that service might be provided through a volunteer group, but that would be part of the criteria that would need to be established if this is a program that goes forward. So the first order of business would be to say, we believe we need or support a rehabilitation program through grants from the CRA, and then it would be staff's responsibility to work with you to develop that criteria and what the threshold is. And when I say threshold, I mean how much per household would you provide? So do you have a cap limit of, a certain amount that would be appropriate for any type of single home or single family or multifamily rehabilitation program?
Mr. Asgard, do you have a question about that?
Yeah, Anita, can you just explain a little more on the last two bullets, especially the last one, the CIP 23C16? And then also, I have one last question. This affordable housing, is this for rental only, or are there opportunities for these folks to purchase their homes?
So this would be a grant program to rehabilitate your home. So that would generally be the property owner, right? That would be, because you have to have the property owner agreeing to the rehabilitation. So I would say that probably one of the criteria would be that you would have to have the property owner agree to it. So it would be a grant to the property owner. It doesn't mean that it has to not be rented. That could potentially be a criteria. But you would have to work with the property owner themselves to agree to this rehabilitation grant or to apply for the grant. So I would say that it goes to the property owner. It doesn't, I'm not determining whether or not it's going to be rental or home occupied, but we would definitely have to work with the property owner through this process to agree to that. The second point, going to the CIP allocation, and because we're going to be talking about this, I'm going to ask you to flip to a page now, because this is where we're going to end up. We're going to go through these strategies of the affordable housing, the Naples Design District strategy, and we're going to end up with the budget. And the budget needs to reflect your recommendations on these strategies, and particularly in the capital improvement program. So if we can go to the agenda item of the budget. And if you will just look at, in the budget, you have that budget is part of your agenda packet. And if you can follow me to the very last page of that attached budget, that is titled Capital Improvement Projects. And it's a table that you're looking for. Is everyone there with me? Has everyone found it?
Back page, flip all the way to the back. There you got it.
Yeah, the very last page. So this capital improvement outlines the draft that we brought to you before. And in the draft, we had some placeholders as we were working through this strategy. And now that we have the strategy before you, we need to line these two things up. So I'll bring your attention to the second line item, 23616, affordable housing projects. And we have requested in the next budget year $3 million. So when I say in this slide, allocate CIP 23C16, that means a portion of this $3 million would be allocated to that program of a rehabilitation. So as we move forward in amending the CIP for final approval, we're going to break out those allocations. So from that $3 million at the top, we're going to have an allocation, if it's recommended, for rehabilitation, and then you'll see another strategy in here for acquisition. So any strategies that we recommend or that are approved by the CRA, we would break those out underneath that affordable housing project to be more descriptive in what those funds are used for.
Can I ask a question? So if you have $3 million allocated for 2022-23, is this money are other people sharing in on this money? Like, is this our portion that we're contributing, and then there's going to be more money coming from the city or other places to help support these initiatives? Or this is solely, we're thinking that with $3 million that we're going to accomplish these things?
So everything in our budget, including this capital improvement plan, is the CRA budget. Remember, we have one fund, and that fund is created from the increment that we receive from the base tax year that we started with in 1994. We started with the ad valorem taxes at $1 million, for instance, as an example. We started with that. And the property values have increased. So that increment from the baseline to where we've increased comes back to the CRA. So that's the funding source for all of the CRA budget, is that increment that is captured and put back into the CRA. So that's what we are allocating today, is the increment finance. But there is potential for other sources to participate. For example, we have an interlocal agreement with Collier County to manage local housing assistant programs. And that was passed earlier this year, and that's an annual program. So city residents can also make application to Collier County to rehabilitate homes or multifamily, or get assistance with down payments for homes. So there are multiple objectives in that local housing assistance program. Those are monies from the state that the county manages. So that's another pot of money that the city can participate in as well, and direct those funds. This fund is directly Fund 180, that is the CRA fund. So we'll talk a little bit more about the potential for others to participate in housing objectives with this strategy. But this strategy would go to that particular line item.
Nita, Stillwater Cove, you mentioned that they are refurbishing units and putting those then back on the market. Do we have any sense of what the rental rates are for the refurbished units versus the existing units?
I don't know that they have differentiated that.
Okay.
I have looked on the website just to see, what the rental rates are, and I've seen them depending on the number of units, because they have 1 to 3 bedrooms. So, they're 1,800 to over 2,000 is what I've seen.
Still reasonably affordable by Naples standards.
Yes. Yes. Any other questions on this particular strategy? Okay, so going forward, the next recommendation from our study was to land trust everything. And when we say land trust everything, that really is getting towards real estate acquisition. So in real estate acquisition, what I've shown you in some of these graphics here, these graphics are all in the CRA, and these are primarily just in the design district. And what I looked at is what's really going on in the CRA is are there a lot of properties being acquired right now? And this is information from the property appraiser's website. Anyone can go on the property's website and look at the sales in the past years, and they will be highlighted. So basically what this shows you is there are a lot of acquisitions happening in the CRA right now. The CRA does not have a program currently for monitoring real estate opportunities. So what this strategy is to, first of all, CRA should be thinking about, is the affordable housing program citywide, or is it just within the CRA? And if it's citywide, then the CRA could make a recommendation to City Council that it should be citywide. If it's only the CRA, then we look at only the CRA funding that we have, because we have to spend CRA dollars within the CRA boundary.
So
Yes.
Anita, if it becomes a citywide proposition, can the CRA participate in properties outside of the CRA footprint?
I think there may be a way to do that. There is more to look at that, but I will tell you that several of us just participated in some additional training from the Florida Redevelopment Association, and 3 of your members from CRAB participated with me on Friday on that. And two things stood out, two little nuggets stood out to me. If you have an interlocal agreement, then there's more flexibility with CRA funding. With this in particular, what I would ask is for our finance department and our city attorney to look at that question specifically. Can we do an interlocal agreement with the city to participate in affordable housing projects? Affordable housing is in the CRA plan, so we know we can do that, number one. So there is opportunities to broaden that, and the statute is specific to affordable housing now in CRA duties. So I think that there may be an opportunity to look at that, to do an interlocal agreement and participate in projects that way. But we would ask, again, for confirmation before we would do that from our city attorney and our finance department.
And to piggyback on that with a different question, if by virtue of that interlocal agreement, would we then in turn be able to piggyback on top of the city-county interlocal agreement as well? So ultimately, can this go beyond the boundaries of the city of Naples?
So addressing the boundaries of the CRA, that is definitely a gray area where cities have had some issues and gotten into a little trouble. It's very case and fact specific, being able to show the benefit back to the CRA. So I would have to sit with Anita and get specific information if we go in that direction. I just want to raise the yellow flag, not the red, but the yellow.
And that's when I raise the flag as yellow, as when I say city attorney. I think there might be a path forward, but we need to look at that a little more closely. But
We certainly would broaden our horizon in terms of properties that would be available under
right.
proposition.
Now, certainly the city can participate, and the city can have their own policies on affordable housing, and they can participate with the funding that they have outside of the CRA boundaries. But how we spend CRA funds, We can do that through interlocal agreements, but for a particular project, we would need certainty on that before we would do that.
So the question would, I mean, if we're going to move decisively, we're going to need to know the answer beforehand.
Right.
Okay.
So I think that in this strategy, what we might want to think about with the funds that we have available now, and in this strategy says that the CRA could establish criteria and thresholds to purchase properties within the CRA, right? So that it's two separate things, that we could participate by interlocal agreement potentially with the city outside, but we can certainly look at purchasing real estate within the CRA to help provide for more affordable housing. And that's where this allocation for $3 million, again, those are the two main portions that we're looking at the budget to allocate this $3 million through a rehabilitation program and acquisitions of property. Now, thinking back to the properties that we have and the information that I just shared with you, is that's about 3 to 5 acres for multifamily housing. So those are the standards that we have now, but we may think of different housing types. So that's more information to come as well. Part of this as well is to get under contract some assistance to the CRA to monitor real estate, because that's not something that I'm doing. It's not something that we have the expertise and the time to do, is to monitor opportunities for the CRA. So when we think about establishing that type of program, again, I think we would want criteria. What's the location? What's the size of it? How much are we going to spend on it? What's the thresholds? Things like that. So again, you would need to develop criteria for that. And these things would be something that we would bring back to you expeditiously because it is in your CIP to move forward with.
Any other questions at this point?
Okay. The next strategy is to evaluate the city's property. The city already owns property, and so rather than acquiring property, an additional strategy is to look at the properties along Riverside Drive. We own quite a bit of property. Our utilities are there, the community services building, planning, development services, our police department, right adjacent to Baker Park. So one of the potentials that we have is to look at opportunities and constraints for beginning with community services and the functions that are within that parcel. That parcel, we don't have a specific acreage on it because it includes the road and it goes down a little bit. So when you look at the property appraisers lot on that, includes a little bit more property, but it's about, it's 5 to 7 acres in that range. So the idea there is to begin to look at that. What would it take for the city to move the offices into campus over here, potentially, and then to repurpose that land for affordable housing? Some of the considerations, I think that going back to what we heard from our affordable housing study is the mix of different types of housing, right? So do you put it all affordable or do you mix it? So do you make some attainable, some market rate? So you're not creating just enclaves of affordable housing, but you're mixing the market types. So that is one potential for that. But we would look at that property. Again, we'll be doing opportunities and constraints. We know that we would have to amend the comprehensive plan that is currently in our comprehensive plan as public services. So we would need to look at our comp plan and our zoning for that property to see what would need to be changed to accomplish that goal, if it would pan out for us. So at this time, that type of work would just be included under our professional services, under administrative budget. There's no capital program involved with that strategy right now. But with all of these strategies, we would like your consideration, and again, in total or one, by consensus or motion, give some direction to the CRA of what your recommendations are.
In that third strategy, though, that really wouldn't align with the budget over the next few years, though, because that's like a bigger,
Right,
more significant nut to crack, right?
Yeah, so this strategy would not, it's not a capital improvement. So a capital improvement is, something physical, that we're doing. So again, when we're talking about studies and things like that, that would go to our professional services. It would be in the budget for us to look at these things, but it's not in the capital improvement program yet. It may be in the future when we start talking about partnering with a builder to build the the attainable housing or the mix of housing, whatever the strategy may be.
Julie, excuse me, Anita. So that is, I was just wanting to confirm, that is within the CRA district?
That is within the CRA. The CRA extends to the river. Yeah, so it's like 6th Street to the river, east-west, and then 7th Avenue to Cambier Park. 7th Avenue north to Cambier Park. It winds around a little bit, but that's generally it. So yes, this is included in the CRA. Good question to ask.
Can I ask like a really basic question?
Sure, yeah.
At what point do you ever go back and re-review what the CRA district itself consists of? Because theoretically, over years and years, right, we're working to improve these areas so that they're not CRA.
Mm-hmm.
So then, when do you get to the point where you say, okay, Fifth Avenue, these other areas, we've accomplished our goal, we've done these things, they're no longer categorized to this, and then the map changes?
So that will occur when you amend your redevelopment plan. And best practices are that we amend or we review and potentially amend every 7 years. The plan that you have now was adopted and is on the website as the 2014 redevelopment plan. You did have an amendment to that plan in 21 to add affordable housing. I haven't been able to determine what extent was reviewed in that plan. George, you may remember, or if it was just, we want to consider affordable housing, and let's make sure it's in the plan, because remember, if it's not in the plan, we shouldn't be doing it. So, so I would say that that plan is due for review. So that's when you look at the boundaries. But what's important to remember with your boundary, that boundary determines your increment financing. So if you remove properties that the CRA has invested in to elevate, and then you're losing the increment to finance the other portions of the CRA that need to be brought up to the same level of services and aesthetics.
But who makes that analysis at that time when you go back to check in?
So generally, when you amend a redevelopment plan, it's a pretty intensive process. You need to go back and look at the financials, look at your market area, so it's a market study. That was all part of you. If you look at the 2014 plan, you'll see all of that in there. So generally, CRAs will hire a consultant because it is a big endeavor and you need lots of public input and engagement. So that would be a recommendation for a consultant under professional services to help us update the CRA plan. But it would ultimately, what the consultant recommends would come before you as the advisory board to make recommendation to the CRA. The CRA then considers that, and they recommend any changes to our governing body, the City Council. So the city council is the one that establishes the CRA, and then the CRA board manages the CRA board. You can have different bodies. The statute allows different bodies, so if the city council didn't sit as the CRA, it would be another body that they appointed to set as that, but they set as the same. So they have to recommend to themselves to amend the plan. And you also have to provide it, remember, to all other taxing authorities for review. So it would have to go to the county and others as taxing authorities for their comment. They don't approve it, but they do have a comment period.
And for the new people, I asked that question this morning, that where do we find that plan? And apparently if you go on the city's website to the CRA, and then you filter all the way down to the bottom, you'll find that plan, and then the backup documents, I believe, that go there with, that she's been mentioning, so that you could, at your, leisure, whatever time you find leisure, to spend an hour or two just perusing through that, so that you can see what the current plan is, so that you know what's in it, and what we can do within our sandbox, as we've described our area. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, is it
Yes.
possible to get printed copies of that?
And yes, Anita said she would make us copies of that if you'd rather have a printed copy. All you got to do is give her a call. She'll get
Yeah.
it done. And
I'm happy to provide printed copies as we provide printed copies. And if you don't have a printed copy of the Naples Design District Master Plan, we did distribute those in June, but some folks weren't able to be here. So if you don't have a copy of it, they are over here for your use. But I take lots of notes in my printed copies, so I'll be happy to bring you all printed copies of that, because it is very important as you all go through the process of making recommendations to the CRA. It has to be in the plan, or we shouldn't be doing it.
That's this right here, George,
yeah. Mhm. So continuing on with the affordable housing, was there another
Let's see.
strategy?
So the other strategy that was recommended, or the action item, rather, that was recommended in the affordable housing study was to strengthen our partnerships and capacity. So we know that one of our city council members is appointed to the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee with the county. That is Councilmember Blankenship. So our recommendation for the strategy is for not only city council or CRA members to attend and engage with those committees, but staff as well. So that would be the strategy going forward. It's just a staff assignment, and to make sure that we are continuing to engage with partners in the community to effectuate affordable housing. If there are other partnerships, I have heard interest recently in creating an affordable housing advisory committee for the city only. So that would be another partnership that isn't necessarily on here, but that's an idea for you all to think about. And as we go through all these strategies, if you have given thought to this and have other ideas, I would really appreciate hearing those, and for you all to discuss those and bring those forward as well.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Yes.
Anita, is there a specific part of the city or someone in the city tasked with dealing with the federal government on grants for things like this? Is there sort of an assertive effort by the city to try and match or find grants?
I don't know the answer to who might be assigned to that, to the grant writing, but I will find that out and get back to you on who that is. But that is an opportunity, certainly, for the CRA as well to be looking at potential for grants. It's just a matter of staff resources and time. But I can tell you that the CRA does not have anyone, a team member specifically, that is looking for grants for us. But I think that that is a good recommendation for us to figure that out. So the other recommendation was the internal subsidy and looking at the zoning in the CRA area. And again, Remember that internal subsidy that he's talking about is mixing market rate and affordable units in the same development. And that is a strategy that has been going on in Collier County for a few years now, and seems to be working currently. So the strategy recommendation here is that it ties back into the Naples Design District. And in the Naples Design District, there's also a recommendation to look at our zoning code. And so when we look at the zoning for the Naples Design District, we are recommending that we also include affordable housing. So we are looking at the codes in the zoning district for both the Naples Design District and how it relates to affordable housing. So we would be looking at unit types, unit sizes, density, things like that in any code. That's what we would be looking at, in the mix of units and things like that. So our proposal is to accomplish this action item within the Naples Design District strategy and combining those two efforts to look at them at the same time. Do you have any questions on that one? Okay, so this is the last slide, and again, this is just a reminder that it goes to the budget to allocate a portion of the placeholder, or change that placeholder to some other amount. But we're looking for recommendations from you all now about each of these strategies, and allocating a portion in our capital improvement project of that $3 million or a different amount if that's your recommendation. So we can look at these recommendations in total, or we can take one of them at a time, whatever your pleasure is, Mr. Chair.
I guess it'd probably be easier to just take them one at a time and just to discuss, and then once we've discussed each of them, we can come back and then maybe put them in some kind of an order, moving towards some motion or just consensus as our recommendation to the CRA.
Okay.
And somehow we need to tie in a dollar amount to each one? Is that what-
Not to each one, just two of them. And those two are for a grant program for rehabilitation. Remember, when we're talking about physical things, we're talking about the capital improvement. So for physical rehabilitation, we're talking about a capital non-operating expense, and as well as any land acquisition that we would have. So would you like me to back up slide by slide, or would you like to use your agenda memorandum to go back through those?
It's easier for the rest of you. Does it make a difference? Okay.
Okay. So let me back up. The first one, again, was informational for you to preserve everything we can. But I would say that the recommendation here, and what we are suggesting in that strategy, is for the CRA to direct staff to begin to meet with the property owners and the management of these companies to start building relationships, so that we fully understand what's happening with George Washington Carver, what's happening with Jasmine K, and then to begin the relationship with corridor properties for Jade and the Stillwater Cove. So in the event that they decide that they are ready to sell these properties, that we understand that, and that the CRA may have the first right of refusal, or at least we understand what's going on with these properties in order to preserve them for affordable housing. So if you would like to take any action on this, the strategy would be for the CRA to direct staff to begin building relationships with these companies.
Greg, can we start with you on that one?
Sure, thanks, George. Certainly, I think anything that we have, we should try to preserve, and so being priority number one certainly is probably appropriate in this case. You know, the city controls both, or at least controls the land of both George Washington Carver and Jasmine K, whereas with Jade and Stillwater, it does not. the acreage of those two is roughly equivalent to the Riverside Circle parcel. And so, I guess from my perspective, if we're talking about leveraging dollars, I would certainly encourage Carter to participate, but I'm not certain what their motivation would be, whereas with Riverside, we would have, a bit more control relative to the durability and longevity of the affordable units.
David, you want to wait a second?
Yeah, I've got lots of things running through my head right now.
Julie?
I like the notion of preserving everything we can. I am mixing it up with improvements to be made somewhere. So I'm mixing it up with improvements to be made. So this is simply directing staff to establish relationships with these properties, and that's it.
Yes. So each time that these properties may come on the market again, we have a relationship going forward to understand what's happening, as well as any improvements that are needed, that would be needed to George Washington Carver or Jasmine K. We would be aware of that and bring it to your attention, just in case anything else needed to be brought into the capital improvement or the budget in the future. So this is really just, this strategy is just directing staff to spend time meeting and developing a relationship with these property owners and management companies.
I'm going to show my ignorance. The city owns the land. Who owns the buildings? Do the people in the buildings
This is
own the
land
building?
lease. I think
Yes.
like 2030 something, I believe, is when George Washington Carver's land lease expires.
Okay.
Yeah.
50-year lease.
Right, and I think that that's a good point that your member brings up, is that these are a land lease, so they will expire eventually. So what then?
So I have a question. When you say first right of refusal, that's pertaining to buying back the actual homes, the buildings, since the city already does own the land?
So the first right of refusal would be more related to the Gordon River Apartments or Stillwater Cove and Jade. So anywhere we are identifying affordable housing that the city does not own, then there's an interest in protecting that, so we want to develop a relationship. So if there is potentially a first right of a refusal, an agreement that we can go forward with in the future, that would be the idea for that.
So I would be in favor of open communication. I think that's always good. And with keeping in mind of preserving what we can and what we have. And I think the first right of refusal is always very important, to be able to have control to preserve what we need to do.
I feel the same.
Okay. Would you all like to take action on this item by motion or consensus?
Are you
I
looking
think
for
I've
us
I've skipped David, though.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I
Dave.
feel the same exact way.
Okay. Okay.
Are you
So-
looking for us to prioritize these or assume that the priorities are such as this?
Yeah, so there's not necessarily a priority. The strategy is that we would begin these as soon as possible, and certainly I would like to line these up to begin, within the next fiscal year. All of these projects, the CIP that you have, we're looking at, 5 years, a 5-year program. So we're really looking at primarily the first year to start allocating any capital improvements. This particular item, directing staff to have meetings and discussions, is a budgeted item through me. So this wouldn't impact your budget at all. So it's just, you think it's a good way for staff to spend their time. So you can, again, you can make notes of these and do it all at the end if you'd like, or you can act on them one at a time. And you can do it by consensus or motion, whatever you'd prefer.
I think it's probably easier just to do it while it's still fresh in our mind, our discussion of this one.
Sure.
So Would you rather have it in the form of a motion?
It's up to you, Mr. Chair, but that would be,
Sure.
the-
I'll entertain a
most-
motion then on the discussion that we've had in regard to this one particular item to preserve everything.
A motion to approve strategy 1 under key priority 1 to preserve existing affordable housing within CRA.
And if I might ask for an amendment, as an advisory board, we don't approve, we recommend to the CRA. So if we can make sure that we have that in our motions always, that we recommend to the CRA too. Yeah.
Revised to recommend to the CRA, the foreseeing motion.
And is there a second?
I would second that.
Do we have a roll call?
Member Ascar,
Yes.
Vice Chair Dominic,
Yes.
Member Fouchon,
Yes.
Member Levy, Member Palmer,
Yes.
Chair Dondenville.
And yes, it passes unanimously. So then do we move next to the second strategy under the key priority 1?
Yes, and this is the grant program. So again, if it is your desire to see this developed, we would create criteria and thresholds and create a program to bring back to you. But we would also be allocating a portion of that fund of $3 million to begin this program. And to give you an idea of rehabilitation, in my discussions with affordable housing experts, the most common need for rehabilitation are roofs. And that is an expensive item when you have a need. So to keep that in mind of what you may want to recommend as an allocation, we don't know what the needs are yet for rehabilitation, but if it is a roof, then that's $20,000 or more. So when you're thinking about allocating an amount of money, if we allocate $5,000, that's not going to do a lot of rehabilitation, but I just kind of want to give you an idea to consider out of that $3 million what you may want to recommend as establishing a grant program for this year.
And presumably, because in future years, we've got another, $5 million currently pegged for remaining years, so $8 million in total is kind of what's being, I realize we're acting on the $3 million now, so presumably we could add to this grant in coming years.
Absolutely, yeah.
And I'm also looking at it in the fact that the other strategies that we're coming up with here, or that have been presented to us, are pretty much come along without any costs, maybe minor costs. So I don't fear, budgeting a major portion of this $3 million for this grant program. Oh, yeah, that's down there. Okay. That's the acquisition one. I stick by what I need to say.
Do we have a sense of districts of our relative size, what this grant should look like?
So the other districts or other CRAs, so other CRAs do facade improvements. Their grants for those types of things are limited to, some of them are up to 500, some of them are up to 5,000 as a threshold. But that's something that we would want to bring back to you in establishing the criteria. There are many CRAs that do not have the funding or financing that the city of Naples does. So you have, considering that you have an acquisition strategy here, and there's $3 million that we may have to put that in the budget for a few years unless we establish a housing fund. And that is something that is on the other strategy that we'll talk about where you can have maybe philanthropic donations to a housing fund. So if it's in the CRA, this could be, you know, a seed fund or something like that. But there's a wide range, but there are other CRAs, and particularly in Collier County, they're focusing more on facade improvements and minor improvements rather than major improvements.
So I'm going to jump in and say that I've been exposed to other grant programs in other communities, and oftentimes there's a limit established for the type of improvement that's made. For instance, Anita mentioned roofs. So roofs could have a maximum amount, but if you're doing something a little bit less, maybe a driveway or windows or something, there could be alternative amounts for each one. But I'm sure that when she brings back the details, because I have to say, the devil's in the details. It all sounds good until you get down to the wire. But I think she's gotten some really good direction from you as far as moving forward.
I have a question on the allocations. If we're recommending allocation of funds, are we able to restrict that to the items like roof being a priority, HVAC, I assume, being up there as well, where it's restricted to certain items and not anything carte blanche?
In the program development, that's what the criterion thresholds is something that you would be able to look at for that, yes. So if you determine that you only wanted to limit it to roofs, ACs, windows, doors, you don't want to do facade improvements, things like that, that would be your criteria, and then you would want to set thresholds for each item, or in total. If there's a lot of need for one particular structure, you may set a total per application, and then you may want subtotals per item or fix.
Are you basically asking us to, if I'm understanding this correctly, we've got two strategies. We could do the improvements, the refurbishments, or we could do investments to buy land, or we could split it, or we could divide it up however we want.
Yes, it's an
But at the end of
and/or.
the day, like even just looking over the next few years, I mean, we only have a total of $8 million. I mean, that's nothing. So if you take $8 million and would you have 343 units or something? I mean, if you sort of just do the math, you're only talking $20-something thousand per unit to do any kind of a refurbishment, but I mean, that's nothing. I mean, that's not really going to get you very far. So I think that I love the intention of it all, but the amount of money that we have to work with, I don't think is going to get us very far to really make any kind of dent or improvement, unless I'm not understanding this correctly.
Well, it's all incremental, and you know we can't fix everything in the first year and overnight. So remember in our training, one of our first lines was patience. So it is recognizing that we want to begin this program, and certainly in future years you can reallocate the funds in your budget to meet whatever objectives you think are the priority of the objective. We, in our capital improvement draft that we brought forward to you, we allocated $3 million to begin this process. Remember, it hadn't been allocated before. So that is a pretty large sum that I think is initiating this process moving forward. It doesn't necessarily have to be the only fund. Again, the city can elect to fund affordable housing out of the general fund, but we are talking about only the CRA fund right now, and that would be to allocate $3 million in the coming budget year to satisfy one or more of these strategies. And if you want to satisfy both a rehabilitation and land acquisition, then we need to kind of think about how much we should allocate for each one of those.
Do you think, though, that would it be preferable if we were to align with one strategy versus trying to like pick off more than we can chew? I mean, would it be advantageous to take the money, the $3 million, and really focus it more on refurbishments versus trying to buy a little land and do, you know, a little refurbishment, and at the end of the day, you're not really moving the needle very much?
Well, we don't at this time know what the refurbishment needs are.
Right.
Right, so I think that in these programs, to be conservative in the beginning, to understand what the needs are and develop the criteria and thresholds is what I would recommend to you, is that we're beginning this process, so we need to allocate some funding to each strategy that you want to recommend needs funding allocated to it. So it depends again on what your recommendation is. If the priority is from this advisory board that it's only refurbishment and not acquisition, then the recommendation would be to allocate that full amount to refurbishment. But if you believe that the strategy should include acquisition and keeping our eye on that and understanding there might be other funds available, then you would want to allocate some funding to that.
So we can't, ultimately, though, I think we need to get more information. I mean, we're just talking about this as a concept now. So you're going to come back with us with more information on, well, what do these refurbishments cost? Or some idea of what the scope is, so then we have an idea of how much money, how far the money will go, or what are the types of projects this money will accomplish. And then you're also going to come back with us with, if we were to consider acquisition, well, what is real estate going for? What's available? Because it's hard to really make a decision without having numbers in front of us to say, okay, well, it really makes more sense for us at this point to focus on refurbishments because real estate is way over here, or there's not enough of that, or, you know what I mean? So
you can think about it as you would think about maybe your own home. I have this much budget. Mr. Contractor, what can I do with this budget? Right? So I think establishing a budget would then put some thresholds on a program that we would develop for the first year. So within the budget that we've allocated, we understand that this is their costs, these are the needs, and within the first year, we're going to accept 3 applications, 4 applications, 10 applications, whatever your budget allows. But I think establishing a budget and then coming back with the criteria will help you understand how many of those projects we can go forward with in the following year. And then it will grow in the next years with a better understanding, not grow in funding necessarily, but the program would grow in understanding what you can accomplish. But setting a budget for that tells us that that is something that you want staff to go forward with.
okay. So we're approving of that concept, and then we're going to get more information to then determine down the road how it gets allocated.
So what we would ask you to do today is if you think this is a good strategy, then you would make a recommendation to the CRA to allocate funds. In your recommendation, you can say, we're not making any determination of what that allocation can be, or you can make that. So that's up to you and your motion, whether you feel comfortable in allocating a fund and making that recommendation, or if you want to let the CRA make that determination of how they'll divide the funds. But what we would do next, with your direction to create this type of program, we're going to create the program and bring it back to you to determine within that budget, what's the criteria, what's the thresholds. So we can say, you know what, we only have this much budget, we're not doing roofs.
Right.
We're going to do facade improvements or AC improvements, things like that. So it will really, setting a budget will help us develop the criteria to meet the budget, and then in the following years, you can increase that budget, decrease that budget based on the criteria and the thresholds that are established.
Okay.
I have a question. What do the affected communities think about a grant program? Have anyone talked to them about that?
Yeah, so I went back to review the programs and plans that the CRA has initiated, accepted, adopted, and the redevelopment plan itself. So what I have found is that this concept is included in the Naples Design District Plan, your neighborhood plan that you have, which includes River Park East, River Park West, Lake Park within the CRA, and then the design district. So I look for commonality and recommendations. And so this type of program was recommended in both your Naples Design District, your affordable housing study, and your neighborhood plan. So I would say that the public, through those plans and all of the public outreach and public input and the result of those plans, that this is a program that has been supported or demonstrated support from the community.
Yes, I would just to second what Anita has said. There's definitely been solicited input. There's been participation, and as Nancy said, the devil's going to be in the details, of course, because there's just been sort of 30,000-foot discussions at this point. So going through this, you've got 3 components that we need to provide allocations for, it appears. The grant, the land acquisition, and then the consolidation of government functions?
The consolidated of government functions is in our administrative budget right now. So at this point in this year, we would have to go through an opportunities and constraints. So we're not necessarily budgeting anything capital this year.
So
that would be an
if
outlet.
I look at key priority 3, the very last thing, it says CIP. So that's not the case?
I'm sorry. Oh, right. Yeah, so I might have had that in overlapped
Okay.
that in your agenda memorandum, but yeah, that would not require an allocation at this time because it would take us, I would think, a year to get a plan in place before we could allocate any non-operating costs associated with
But
that.
the cost of the efforts to analyze both that property and
It's all in-house.
all in-house?
That would be in-house. And at the time that we would want to get a consultant to help us with that opportunities and constraints or any environmental concerns, we would hire outside consultants, and that is in our professional services budget in the budget. We have about $350,000, I think, in that budget.
So we have the $3 million, and all we need to do is figure out how to divide that up amongst 2 particular asks that we're going to make our recommendation on.
Right.
So with that in mind, does anyone have a motion in regards to the second strategy where we're talking about creating this grant program?
I would make the motion to advise that we accept or recommend that we set aside a portion of our capital improvements plan for land acquisition. I would further say that I would recommend perhaps a $2 million allocation for that and a $1 million allocation for the affordable housing improvement grant.
Is there a second to that motion?
So $2 million for Key Strategy 2.
Correct.
And $1 million for Key Strategy 1.
Correct. And I'm assuming there's no other needs for that $3 million other than these 2 items.
That's the strategy. If there are other things that you would all, have ideas about and would recommend, I encourage you to discuss those. So these are strategies that we bring forward from staff for discussion, but always, if you have other ideas, please bring those forward and feel free to make recommendations to the CRA. So if there's other things, add those on.
One thing that I would like to recommend if we move forward with this motion is most times when there are any type of grants, it's first come, first serve, and it dries up to its point of concern. I think that the city has to make sure that every project is being approved, reviewed and approved not just through a first come, first serve, and then watching this dry up really quickly, and here we are talking again about allocating more funds.
So that, is that discussion a time period to review all applications for selection, or is that a recommendation to continue this grant through following years? So would we be, was that to have a time period to receive all applications, review all applications, and prioritize those applications rather than first come, first serve?
Yes.
Okay, okay.
I also thought you were going to come back to us with the nuts and bolts of the grant process. So we're just
Yes.
generically approving a grant process with the report back from staff on how it's going to work.
Yes.
Okay.
And that discussion point should be taken into consideration as to be in the criteria.
So that, even like the $2 million, $1 million thing, that could change. Once we get more information that then may decide we want to move the money around differently or allocate it differently?
Well, we want to set our CIP for the year. So we would be looking for the following year to reallocate and things like that. But certainly when we set our budget, we want to try to, be mindful of hitting those marks.
See, personally, I feel like it's hard for me to say I want to put money here or there without really knowing what the money is going to cover. So again, if I'm understanding this correctly, my personal point of view would be is I would rather take the money and invest it in properties that exist today for people who need help today, that people will see the change now, versus allocate money for acquisitions or something future down the road, which doesn't really help anybody today in their current home that may need updates. And again, depending on what the acquisition is, okay, so you're going to acquire this land, but then now you need to find someone to build it, and all the years it's going to take to get this thing up and off the ground. So that's down the road, years from now type thing. When my thought was, aren't we trying to make change now for people who need change now? Or
So, yeah.
so that the CRA sees movement?
So we're trying to do both. I think that, as you've mentioned, the recommendation is to always look at the low-hanging fruit. So that's kind of goes to this immediate needs. And then also, the CRA goes, the timeline currently goes out to about 2040, so a number more years. So we have to continually be thinking about the future of the CRA and how we're meeting the goals of the plan, the redevelopment plan. So it's always, multiple strategies to meet or the goal of the redevelopment plan, and these are just two strategies. So we always want to be forward-thinking and also immediate thinking.
I 100% agree with that. I'm just sort of thinking in the back of my head, if we've had opportunities for the community to come together and they've voiced concerns that projects aren't getting done, or things need TLC, or they're being forgotten, or all the number of things that people feel, and then if we don't really, we're acknowledging it, but to some degree, but then we're ultimately sort of looking at bigger picture things, then are these people going to get frustrated because they're seeing that maybe, or they're sensing that their voices are not being heard and that action's not being taken to help them or address their, because this is their current situation every day, versus a project that we're strategizing on 10, 15 years from now, they're probably all going to be long gone. So that's where I'm kind of getting sensitive about it, because I still think that those people get frustrated when things don't seem to be getting done.
Let's see if we can get back to square one. I believe with some motion, was there a second? So we still
Yes.
don't have a second.
No, Julie seconded it, I think.
I didn't.
Oh,
I
I'm sorry, you
didn't,
spoke.
But I wonder if, to address some of your concern, could we maybe split the baby, 1.5 and
That's
1.5?
Kind of what I was getting toward.
I will
suggesting.
withdraw the motion and
Go ahead, and why don't you frame the motion then?
Oh, I want to
Just a
say what he
recommendation.
said, except do 1.5 and 1.5.
You could amend your motion if you like.
Yeah, I'd like to
You could
amend
amend
that
the motion
motion.
and not restate.
Okay, so rather than rescinding the motion, I will revise the motion to fund key priority 1 and key priority 2, each at 1.5 million each in the 2023-24, or excuse me, 22-23 CIP.
Now, is there a second?
I would second that.
Okay. I'm seeing a lot of head shakes, so I think I'm going to call for a roll call of that motion.
Member Askar,
Yes.
Member Dominic,
Yes.
Member Fruchon.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Vice Chair Dominic, I've already demoted you. Member Levy is absent. Member Palmer,
Yes.
Chair Donaville.
Yes. Okay, now we're moving on to key priority 3 with its, basically, there's one strategy in that. Do we need to discuss that again, or are there any further questions about that?
If you all would like to discuss again, but again, this strategy is for the city to look at the city properties along Riverside Drive and see if we can consolidate some city functions and open up some city property for housing. So that's, again, just staff resources at this point. And if we would need outside consultant, that is provided for in our professional services budget.
Anita, are there any additional parcels of city-owned property that we're not considering?
We are considering this one first. There may be more in the future. But right now, there's an opportunity to look at this one. Yeah, we have some space available, so to consolidate city functions, we need to make sure we have space to consolidate to. So I think that we want to, look at one parcel at a time. I think with this strategy, it would be something that we would want to potentially come back each year and revisit that and take a look at it and make sure that we're always evaluating our city property and our CRA boundary. Is it the highest and best use to meet the goals of the redevelopment plan?
Is there a motion on this one?
A motion to recommend that approval by the CRA for key strategy number 3.
I'll second that.
Any discussion on that before we take a vote? Ms. Clerk?
Member Askar,
Yes.
Vice Chair Dominic,
Yes.
Member Fruchon,
Yes.
Member Palmer,
Yes.
Chair Donaville.
Yes. And now we're up to number 4. This one seems pretty very simple to me. I mean, this
Yeah.
doesn't cost us anything, and I think Mr. Blankenship is more than willing to step forward. And I know he's already contacted a gentleman who lives here in the city, Mr. Trachtenberg, who is the main driver out at the county. So I think we've got a lot going for us.
I would make a motion that we recommend to the CRA that we adopt key priority number 4 with quite possibly the amendment that we look to see if there is anyone in the city handling federal grants in this area.
Good, I'm glad you remembered that. I'll second that motion. Any discussion? Let's put it in the form of, since we've got a motion, let's go ahead and vote on it.
Member Askar,
Yes.
Vice Chair Dominic,
Yes.
Member Fruchon,
Yes.
Member Palmer,
Yes.
Chair Donaville.
Yes, that brings us to key priority number 5. Need if you just kind of real quick wrap that one up one more time for us.
So yes, this one is to look at regulations to support affordable housing. So the recommendation here from the consultant would be to look at doing an overlay on the CRA to address affordable housing. The strategy that we are recommending is to look at affordable housing opportunities when we look at the zoning amendments to the to the Naples Design District area. So we can accomplish this goal and the Naples Design District zoning amendments. We would accomplish this within that. So we would be looking at unit types, location, sizes of units, density of units, and it would all be in the context of real-world zoning. So you would be addressing the parking and the buffers and everything at once, rather than creating another overlay. So our recommendation for a strategy, again, is to consider amendments to support affordable housing through the zoning amendment associated with the Naples Design District.
I have a question. So are you talking about if there's future development, another apartment complex or something gets built, and within the zoning that developers required to allocate a certain number of units to satisfy this need?
That could be one strategy that you would look at in a zoning amendment. That would be one strategy. Another thing that you would look at, remember the Naples Design District included some different housing types for affordable housing. If you remember the little checkerboard pattern in the linear buildings, those are currently not necessarily allowed by our code. So we need to see where the gaps are. Where are we supporting the affordable housing needs, and where can we improve that? And so our suggestion is let's do that when we look at the code to implement the Naples Design District.
Okay. Want to hit the motion?
Okay, I just put away my paper. I motion to recommend to the CRA key priority number 5 be implemented.
I'll go ahead and second that.
Any other discussion about it? Roll call, please.
Member Asgar.
Yes.
Vice Chair Dominic.
Yes.
Member Fruchon.
Yes.
Member Palmer.
Yes.
Chair Donaville.
Yes. I think we put that one to bed.
Great.
Before we move to the next one, I just want to ask the clerk if she needs to take a break at all. She's ready to roll. Anybody else? Everybody ready to roll? Okay. Moving on to 7.
Mr. Chair, the next item on your agenda is the Naples Design District Master Plan Implementation Strategy. So as we did with affordable housing, where this begins is where we left off with the Naples Design District Master Plan. The CRA accepted that master plan on June 9th. And like this affordable housing study, they had some key action items to begin with immediately for that. So we began our recommendations with those key action items that were recommended to us. So we're continuing to implement what the CRA has heard and what they have accepted in this master plan. So again, this master plan is a vision. It does not regulate anything, it does not approve anything, it does not allow anything. It is a vision. To enable this vision, we do need to provide some regulations, amend some codes, and provide some capital improvements. And so that's what this strategy will discuss for you this morning. In the master plan, there are, from what I have pulled out of it, there are about 35 recommendations. And what I have, there's 20 of them right there. And the ones that are highlighted in green are those that we are pulling in to this strategy over the next 3 years. So what we have for you today is an implementation over the next 3 fiscal years. It doesn't necessarily mean that it is going to implement the full master plan, but we're looking at a 3-year implementation projects under these initial action items. So the ones in white, let me talk about those a little bit. The River Park Community Center lawn improvements. We haven't necessarily included that in the strategy yet, because what we have learned from Parks and Rec is that's used, excuse me, I'm talking a lot. That lawn is used for special purposes. So that's more discussion that's needed for a strategy on that. I'm going to take a break.
There's something about that seat. Jeff sat there, he had the same problem.
A lot of talking. Increased green space. That's something that we hope to accomplish with the redevelopment with the private sector. So when they come in to redevelop buildings, we're going to be looking at green space, public spaces. But certainly when we have an opportunity within the publicly owned areas, we'll look at green space there. But it's not necessarily we're going to go create a park or something in these strategies. So just wanted to point that out to you. Coastal high hazard improvements, that's resiliency planning, and that's something that is done through the course of redevelopment, so meeting new building codes and through new infrastructure improvements. They're looking at high hazard. The structure in front of the depot, we did not include that in the first 3 years, budget constraints, and I think that that would be a partnership with Collier County that maintains that depot museum. So that's just something that is a recommendation here, but we have not pulled it into the first 3 years, but we can always come back and look at it again. Or you can make a motion and include it, that it is a priority to you, and include it in the strategy. So you can keep that in mind. Let's see. The Parking Management Authority. I'm not sure that we'll establish a parking management authority, what that strategy will be, but we will certainly be addressing parking in the zoning amendments. That would be something that is regulated in your code, and we would address in your code. And we did hear a lot of consideration from the Naples Design District Association about parking, some of their ideas about limiting it to 2-hour parking and things like that. So that's something that we'll address in the zoning code, not independently, and I'm not sure that it'll go to a recommendation of authority. We'll see what comes out. Small business grants and public markets and incubators, that's something that we'll have to develop a program for, so we haven't included that necessarily in this strategy now. We don't really know what the needs are, but that is something that we can address again in the future. The land trust for commercial properties is not included in these strategies at this time, but that would be acquire land and save it for commercial uses rather than affordable housing. Reevaluate the parking demand. That is something that we had a parking evaluation done. We're building a garage. In the next 3 years, I'm not sure that reevaluating the parking demand is something that we would look at in the next 3 years, but certainly as redevelopment happens, that's something that we always need to consider. But parking, again, will be addressed in any zoning amendments with the master plan. The 41 and the typical section in evaluating signal control and resolving four corners, that's all a partnership with FDOT. So that's a separate track. Not necessarily part of this strategy, but we keep that in mind as we move forward with FDOT and their stormwater improvements to US 41. That would be something that we would be looking at that time. So again, over 35 recommendations. We're trying to combine these under these first 6 action items. So the first one is, has been accomplished. The recommendation was to adopt the master plan in principle, and the action that the CRA took on June 9th was to accept the plan. And when they accepted the plan, they gave staff direction to come back with an implementation plan. So the first one is to prioritize implementation of critical infrastructure. And if you'll recall in the master plan, the items that were identified under critical infrastructure related to 10th Street, improving mobility, really everything on top, the street, the landscaping, and mobility. So there's also stormwater in 10th that needs to be improved. So that key project for that would be in implementing critical infrastructure for 1st, 10th, and 7th are the areas in this master plan identified for infrastructure improvements. So 10th Street in the design, those projects in the first fiscal year would be for design of those projects. So we would be designing the mobility and landscape improvements for 10th as needed and stormwater improvement. When we talk about stormwater improvement and utilities, as you see here on First Ave South, that would include participation from the stormwater fund and utility fund. So the CRA is not paying for all of it. The CRA pays for things that we do above and beyond what the city normally does. We are redevelopment and enhancement. So when the city needs stormwater improvements for the greater good of the city, when you need to improve utility for the greater good of the city, those are when those funds come in. The CRA funds are there to do above and beyond. So we want greater mobility in our area, potentially than other areas, and greater landscaping for those properties to thrive. So we would be doing the mobility, that really the horizontal streetscapes of these projects is what the CRA would fund. So this strategy would do the design the first year for 1st and 10th, construction the second year for 1st and 10th, and then in the third year, we would begin design of 7th Avenue North. We don't know at this time exactly what the stormwater needs are on 7th Avenue, but there probably are some, knowing that the relationship of Lake Park in this area. So we would be looking at potentially stormwater improvements along 7th Avenue as well. Do you all have?
I have some questions.
Okay, yeah.
So it appears that 10th Street seems to be the main artery through this whole design district master plan.
Yes.
Okay, and a question on First Avenue South. So when you're talking about First Avenue South, design, street design, and so forth, is that only within the design district, or where does that stretch on First Avenue going east and west? Is that 41 through Goodlet, or does that continue past?
So currently you have in your capital improvement program for the past couple years maybe, you have had $400,000 to design First Avenue South. And the limits of that was from Goodlet to 8th. So utility needs in there. So if they're going to tear that up to provide for infrastructure for stormwater and utility, then when we go back, we're going to improve the street from what it was to make sure that you have multi-mobility and landscaping. So Currently, those are the limits of the design for the particular project there.
So does that also pertain to 7th Avenue North End, Goodlet to 8th? Is that?
Yeah, yes, and yeah. So that would be within the CRA, would be from actually to 6th. That's the limit of the CRA in that area. So it would go from Goodlet to 6th. Now, when we look at design for it, there might be some reason to change that. But within the CRA, that's the boundary of that project, but it may change.
Thank you.
Any other questions on this one? Yep.
And this has already all been approved from a budgetary perspective? We have the money to do all this?
So that's what we're talking about today, is to allocate the funds. So if you look at the CIP, what you have right now is, a need to shift some things around. So you currently have 1.5 million in the what's titled right now the 4110 master plan, and we'll update that. And then you'll also have $400,000 for FIRST. Now, we might be able to accomplish the design, the CRA's contribution for the design. We might be able to accomplish both 10th and 4th with that $400,000. And then the remainder of that CIP would go to other projects for the coming year. However, when we get to the end of this, I'm going to summarize 3 years for you and what's, in those 3 years. So you can see then what the dollar amount is estimated and how that needs to now fill in the CIP. So we'll be looking for some recommendations on that. The next action item is to expedite design or projects in the design district. This is a recommendation that I have seen a lot from consultants that may not have worked in the public sector before. But what is happening right now is projects are concentrated, current projects primarily, in the red box that you see within the master plan boundary. It's, a budding Central Ave and going south. So it's 1111. Let me point to it. It's this area here where the majority of projects are going on right now. So 1111 is finishing out. This is right in this location is the new theater, the Gulf Shore Playhouse. This is our garage. And there are some projects that will be coming online right here for a new commercial project in that location, in that location, and that location. And this is a new hotel. And you also have the last Naples Square building out. So we have a dedicated staff, city staff, that are focused on these projects. They're working through the process in accordance with the code. So if there is a desire to expedite CRA projects, that's a policy decision and something that we would have to formulate and create criteria and thresholds, things like that. But these projects are again, they're in process. We have a dedicated staff moving them through the process in accordance with the code. So we don't necessarily have the authority to pick a project and without the process approved and say we're expediting this one. They all come in and they're all reviewed in the order they come in and in accordance with the process. So we don't have particularly a strategy recommendation for you on this one. We want to recognize, though, the dedicated staff that we have that's doing a lot of work to help these projects get through the process. We understand that there might be some other processes that we want to look at, and we can look at those processes again when we look at the zoning code for this. So when we look at the code and we look at either rehabilitation projects, building permits versus zoning applications, we might look at those processes and decide that there's a recommendation for a different process for CRA projects. But at this time, they are doing these projects in accordance with the code that we have. The next one is to identify, design, and construct a pilot project. And the idea is also recognizing that we have the Naples Centennial coming up. We would recommend that our pilot project integrate the Naples Centennial. So that pilot project is something that would be allocated out of that 1.5 million. And we don't necessarily, you can set a budget if you like, but each one of these have that line item for 1.5 million. So depending on the project that we select, out of all of the examples that you had in the master plan of activating these alleyways and what a pilot project might look like, I wanted to show you another one. I was on vacation this summer, and after, lots and lots of hikes in the Rockies, I drug my family to every urban community and to every garage and to every alleyway and to see what's going on. And that's just been part of my practice since I've had a family. So they understand urban environments too. This particular alley was, it was inspirational to me. So it was a simple alley, and there's businesses on both sides. That alley goes on, you can see the parking in the back, and then it curves around and connects back to the back street. In the back of that, there's also seating back there. But this is a public alleyway where you can see that they have improved the pavement, the hardscape. They've improved the landscape with both hanging plants and potted plants. They've improved the lighting with the light fixtures and then the crisscross of the lighting. And then they've also included public art. And this public art was unique in that it wasn't a whole wall with a mural, but it was a public art collection. And so they had a series of paintings on this wall that were basically applied, they were polymers. So it was just applied so you could replace it periodically. So the idea here is that if you integrate this with the centennial celebration, that you may want to see some historic photos, some historic aerials, some vintage postcards, something like that, that you could capture something that would meet more than one person's taste, but you could have a collection of art along a building wall rather than just one thing. So this is just an example to show you that you can begin the implementation process in the alleyways, and this would require a partnership with the building owner to apply these on a facade. But we would not be making any significant changes to the facade other than, potential art or something like that. But the recommendation here is to allocate some of this funding for a pilot project. And we don't know exactly what that pilot project is yet, but that is a recommendation to get this going within the next fiscal year to actually design and construct a pilot project. And this is just one example.
In that example, I like the example, but when you were there, did you notice where their trash and recycling is, or where any kind of servicey stuff would be, or they didn't have to deal with that in that scenario?
Yeah, in this location, it was tucked in back behind their courtyard, so that they could services from either end and back end. So you can't see it from there. It wasn't here, but it was consolidated between the buildings in the back and the buildings on the side here in the corner in the back. So I saw lots of different examples, and I could probably bore you to death of receptacles, and I really like the ones that were painted. But, I can tell you that you saw some of the alleyways just organically changing from the property owners doing little, paintings on the side of their buildings without other infrastructure improvements, but you could see the transitions happening. So this was inspiring the next owner to do something different. But you can also see that this redevelopment agency, that's an Old Town redevelopment agency, it's not the same as the Floridas, but they were investing in the public infrastructure and the public space, with the exception of this building facade where they put the public art collection on the side. The next action item was to form a bid, a business improvement entity, as soon as possible. And I'm going to open by saying that the CRA, the CRAB, we do not form bids. That is up to the property owners to petition City Council to form a bid. So this is just to say that if the property owners come together and have consensus to support an application, that we would support that effort. And we would support that effort maybe by providing staff support in getting all the property records, the referendums, the votes, things like that. So we could be directed to support their effort in that way, but it is not something that we initiate. And with that, the question from the CRA was, what's the best approach to do that? And they asked our city attorney for a little bit more information on that. So I'm going to turn it over to Nancy to kind of go through that with you.
So I will comment very briefly because we're still at the 30,000 feet level. There's primarily two different statutes that could be used to achieve the stated goal and purpose. The first one is 170, Chapter 170, which creates a special assessment district. This is the one that's predominantly used because it's easier to create and actually administer, and the city retains a little bit more control and oversight over it. In addition to the Fifth Avenue South Business Improvement District, you have other districts out there, lighting districts, stormwater type districts. I don't know that you have those here, but lighting districts are the most common. But the actual governing board remains with the city, and I think that's a big distinction that needs to be drawn. It says administered by the Fifth Avenue South Business Improvement District Corporation, Inc. That is a entity that there is an agreement between the city and that entity for the administration component of it. The others under 163, they are throughout the state of Florida. Different communities have them, but they're special districts. Here in Naples, we have two additional special districts. We have the East Naples Bay Special District, and we have here in the city of Naples and the Moorings Bay Special District. These are separate local governments, and there's a lot more Florida regulations that they have to comply with. So because of that, I think most communities generally try to work with the Chapter 170 business improvement areas and to a lesser extent the Chapter 163. However, they both are viable depending on what you want to do. If you look a little bit closer at the 163, those are very specific as to what their, did the mic go off? There it is. As to what their requirements are. The first one is the safe neighborhoods. The second one is much broader. It's local government neighborhood improvement districts, and that could take on a variety of purposes. The Property Owners Association, there's some requirements where property owners, it's a 75% number of those that have to be in support of it. Again, special neighborhood districts, something that's unique to that specific area, and also the Community Redevelopment Neighborhood District. Again, each one of those is very specific, has statutory requirements that must be complied with, in contrast to the 170, which is a little bit easier to administer. It can be done by contract, and also I believe the city retains a little bit more oversight over that.
So I would ask, what is the city and legal recommendation?
What is our recommendation?
Are we being asked to recommend which of which option, which of the two to choose?
Not at this point. I think that it's the recommendation to support the effort of the property owners in their application process. So I think that it will be more information to come, what chapter, what Florida statute would best fit them, and then the recommendation is really just to support them. I think Nancy's showing you that there's multiple ways to do that, and then they have to look at what their goals are and objectives with the Naples Design District Association and the property owners within that boundary primarily. The property owners are the one that establish it, not the business owners. So it would be the recommendation is just to support their efforts, but we understand that there's processes that can give them different responsibilities.
I see, thanks.
Can we do like a bid 101 just really quickly? So my understanding is that in talking with the Naples Design District Association, that they're looking at the creation of the bid from a succession planning. Like, how do we kind of essentially manage that district long-term? But if you're saying that it's really about the property owners are the ones that have to submit the whole paperwork to get this formalized. You've got the member businesses of the association, and then you have the property owners that are the ones that are creating the bid. How does that?
So the difference is, and why the property owners have to form the bid, is because the way the bid is funded for administration, let's just take, for example, the Fifth Ave bid. We're familiar with that one. The way the Fifth Ave bid is funded for their activities and for the salary and wages of their executive director is through an assessment. So that's why you have to have the property owners agreeing to the bid, because they are agreeing to assess their property some amount to create a fund to help support their administrative functions that also support any marketing or promotion functions that they want to do. So they have their own budget and their own fund, primarily with the Fifth Ave example, to do marketing and promotion. And that's why you have to have the property owners, because it's an assessment. So as a business owner, you can't say, Mr. Property Owner, I agree to assess you. So you have to have the property owner agreeing.
Do we know, I think it came up before, but do we know how many property owners there are in the design district?
We do. We have that, and I'm going to say there's about 200 or so.
Because I know, like, obviously a big part of the creation of this whole master plan is contingent on the property owners getting behind it and contributing and being a part of that process. But then in the creation of the bid, so then essentially those property owners formalize this process, they create this organization, then they're just going to pass down those things down to the tenants to pay into this fund that they have to create to manage it. I mean, essentially, we're all going to get hit with CAM or some kind of additional rent to pay for, to subsidize this. So I'm just trying to figure out how that helps the businesses versus the property owner.
So the purpose of the bid would be to
That's down to us.
yeah, the purpose, like, again, going back to the Fifth Avenue bid, you've seen Bruce come before you before, so he advocates for the businesses and ultimately the property owners, but certainly the businesses in Fifth Ave. So he manages the promotion in support of the businesses. So, you know, when he's promoting dining on Fifth Ave, he's promoting the businesses. So that's how it relates back to the businesses in that manner.
So then maybe in that case then, right now, if the Design District Association has membership dues, so all the businesses pay an annual due for our association, for the association there. If a bid is created, then essentially the bid would sort of take control or management of the area, and then the association may go away because now those dues, the thing is, I don't see member businesses paying into like member dues for the association and then also having to pay for bid management from their landlord.
Right, I think
I don't know.
your thought about the succession of your association is an example of other bids being formed. They went from an association that promoted a master plan, that promoted implementation of that master plan, to then managing the area and, you know, the events and being a voice on behalf of the businesses in that area. That was the natural evolution of several. Any other questions on the bid? Action item 6, and I believe this is the last action item, and then we're going to provide a summary of these for you. The last action item is to authorize the engagement of DPZ co-design to amend our code to implement this. And what I attached in your agenda packet, I did go ahead and ask DPZ for a proposal. With the momentum that you have going on this master plan, we want to make sure that we continue that momentum and work expeditiously to implement this in the code, because you already have things that are happening in that design district, and you know, some projects that were just before the city council at the last hearing that are similar or look like what we're talking about in the Naples Design District, and they're doing that under the current code. So making sure that we update the code to implement this plan and the projects going forward are complementary to the master plan is something that we want to do. And we ask DPZ to provide a proposal for consideration, because it can move the process along quicker for you. And with DPZ doing a very successful master plan that had unanimous acceptance by the community and in relation to the CRA board, that this is a firm that can pick up right where we have left off. It's not a new firm that would have to spend your CRA funds to familiarize themselves with the plan and the area and with the Naples vision to make sure that they're coexisting, that we can just continue with DPZ and get the amendments and the regulations that will address noise, lighting, parking, signage, uses, setbacks. It'll address all of those things to implement the vision here to the best of the ability, or what the community supports and the CRA supports. So this action item is a strategy to authorize City Council, really the CRA would make a recommendation to City Council to go into an agreement on this proposal with DPZ. So that's the last recommendation that we have for you here. Now, you know, alternatively, you can say, no, let's go out for RFP and let's get somebody else in here new to look at this code with us to implement this plan. So that's your other alternative. We can go with DPZ, or we can go back out to RFP, which is a much longer process to get in place and to get a consultant here with us, and then for them to get up to speed to know what we need to do. So that's your alternative on that.
Anita, do we have design, and this is more of a purchasing question, are there design professionals that we have under continuing contracts? I don't know.
Yes, there are.
Okay, so that may be a third option.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Let's see.
The DPZ proposal, I think it's like $220,000 or something for that. Now, is that going to come out of this $1.5 million, or that's funded somewhere else?
That's in our budget for professional services.
Okay.
So again, when you're thinking about, you know, doing master plans, codes, that's in your budget under professional services, and we put $350,000 in there for the coming year to accommodate professional services. So it doesn't come out of the 1.5, it would come out of the operating, not non-operating. So we added, those were the primary 6 action items. So staff has added a couple other things that we think that we can move more quickly on and look to do some enhancement in this area. The first one, and this is over a 3-year period, the first one is the tactical street art and the mural design. So again, that's art on crosswalks, around roundabouts, other things on the street itself. And then there were suggestions for murals in here. The other recommendation was specific to forecourts or side courts on George Washington Carver. That goes back to staff develop a relationship with the management, because if the CRA builds it, then who's going to maintain it? So we have not met with George Washington Carver yet to see if that enhancement is something that they would support, or if it would be more landscaping or some other kind of enhancement. So I think that we can achieve the George Washington enhancement not only through forecourts or side courts, but by other means. So we wouldn't be limited to that, but I want to recognize putting some enhancements in our projects going forward. That would be a CIP, that would be a non-operating cost. So that pilot in the first year and then continuing it if it's successful would come out of that fund. The next thing is 6th Ave North landscaping. That is the avenue that was left out of the 10th Street and Avenues landscaping proposal. So we recommend, this is one area that both in the Naples vision, we talk a lot about compatibility with our residential uses, and specifically in CRAs where you have, in this district where you have a mix of uses, it's very different than other areas that are just commercial or just a residential neighborhood. So we have to pay particular attention to those areas that are abutting our residential neighborhoods. So in our code, we might find different enhancements where you're abutting a residential property. So this is one area in the master plan that is abutting a residential property and needs some enhancements along 6th Avenue North. And then the last item is land acquisition for parking, to put it in that first 3 years. So this is what the strategy kind of looks like in summary. So in the first year, we're designing 10th and 1st. We're doing a demonstration project for the design walk. We're looking at a George Washington Carver enhancement. We're looking at tactical street art and murals, zoning amendments, and then supporting the bid. From those things, we believe that the 10th and 1st, the CRA contribution to design could be accomplished potentially with that $400,000 that we have in that First Ave budget. And then the $1.5 million that we have in the CIP coming up could be allocated to the demonstration projects for the design walk, George Washington Carver, street art, murals, and then again, the zoning amendments are in the budget. The second year, we would recommend the construction of 10th and 1st. If the design walk demonstration projects are successful and we continue to have support and momentum for that, we would budget that in the next following years to continue those alleyway improvements and public property improvements. We would also look at George Washington Carver enhancements extending over the next couple of years. And then we would look at the land acquisition for parking coming out in FY '24-25. So that's kind of how the summary of the implementation strategy goes forward. So you all can take these again one by one. You can look at this summary, make any adjustments to that summary or comments, whatever your preference may be.
Does anybody have a preference of which way they'd like to do it? Probably quicker just to do it off the summary, but who'd like to begin?
I'm happy to go back slide by slide if that's easier for you, whatever helps this board.
Is this related to, I know what this is, but we're also asked to move forward with the contract, with the recommendation for a contract with DPZ. Is this what we're telling them they're going to do?
So DPZ would come in, the first year is zoning amendments. That's where the DPZ proposal would come
Got it.
in. And that, in particular, would just be a recommendation to the CRA to move forward with establishing an agreement with DPZ. Right now, we don't have a contract, we just have a proposal.
Okay, but that's not what we're talking about right now. We're just talking about this right
Should we
now.
act
We
on
will
that
come
now,
back.
or should we act on that?
That strategy, all these strategies are included in this.
Yeah.
So when it says zoning amendments, the strategy is for DPZ to be selected to assist the CRA in moving those forward in the next year. The proposal outlined that it would take a year for us to accomplish that.
I'd just like an opportunity to discuss the DPC
Okay, cool.
memo.
Let's do that
Break
right
it
now.
out, yeah.
Is that?
Talk about that.
Yeah, okay, because mine was just more global. First of all, I want to acknowledge the work done by staff to get into this report. Mentions of noise abatement and best practices for noise and light and guidelines. I think the fundamental flaw and the message that DPC needs to get is that noise and sound are really important. And I noticed on the slide, it was part of the bullets. But in the DPZ memo, noise and sound are not mentioned once. And it is still not a priority, in my view, for this company. And I think that if they're going to do the implementation, which I think they should, because I think the continuity is really important, they need to get the message that this is an important priority for the city. And, you know, I've read this thing 2 or 3 times, and they talk about things that make noise, you know, outdoor concerts, outdoor movie theaters, restaurants, you name it. And to move forward without a regulatory review of the city's regulations regarding noise and sound is a failing at the core. We do parking, we do zoning, we do everything else, but, I mean, the city has sound ordinances. And is there enough for code enforcement? There are all kinds of questions that need to be asked. So I would support the continuity, but I would strongly recommend sending them a message that they need to deal with noise and sound.
So one way that we could address that is to look at this proposal, and if we are directed to go back and formulate the agreement, then that would be something that we would amend in that proposal to make sure that noise and the review and analysis of the city's noise ordinances is part of that process.
And the adequacy of funding for code enforcement for what is going to be a very active area. That's all to be supportive. This is in the long run to avoid friction. You see how much time the city council spends on this kind of thing. And so I think it's important to set at the outset. And, you know, DPC is at the core of this, so they need to understand that. So I hate, I tread carefully with making a motion on my first day as vice chairman, but I'm willing to at least at some point make that kind of motion that entails a direction to staff or a recommendation to the CRA that this become a priority for, not a priority, just even with other kinds of things like parking and zoning and the rest of it.
Somebody-
Yeah, I'd like to include also on that, the parking issue. I know we went through that a few times, and I know that there's a new parking structure that's being built. But it doesn't address the real fundamental problem that exists with this parking code that exists right now. People can park on anyone's private properties the way that I believe the ordinance reads right now. And it's a fundamental flaw. It just does not work. So as we go through this master plan, this problem just escalates more and more. If you're an operating business, anybody can come and park in your spaces, construction, trucks, you name it. And people that have operating businesses here deal with it every single day. I have tenants that deal with it every single day, and so I hear things secondhand. And there's no one fully understands the problem. From what I understand, you can't prevent people from parking on your private property. You can't even put signs up that say your vehicle will be towed. Yet there are many businesses, many properties that still go ahead and do it. Some people seem to get away with it, more institutional and so forth, like banks and so forth. So I think that is a priority that we have to find a solution for.
Yeah, we appreciate that. And parking will be one of the highlighted items addressed in the code. And we heard that through the master planning process, and would look towards DPZ to address that in the code with any amendments to that. As far as people parking on private property or not private property, and signs or no signs, code enforcement has done an evaluation. And there was a time when there was a new ordinance, and those that already had that ability could keep that ability, and those that didn't have that ability then had shared parking. So there was a time that split. And code enforcement has done an evaluation of all the signs, and those that have the signs up are in line with the code. Those that weren't and did not have permission to have signs were asked to remove those signs. So hopefully the signs that are up now are lawful in accordance with the code, but it is a little bit different, and so that's why we do want to make sure that we emphasize parking in our review of the code amendments, certainly.
Just to get back to noise and sound and light for a second, one of the things would be to explore technology as a way to help develop an impartial monitoring of sound in the district, in the CRA. Technology is really important. Cities do it all over the country. Thank you.
Can we go back to parking? How unreasonable would it be to try to implement what we keep hearing over and over as a 2-hour time restriction on the side, on the avenues, like now, and get it implemented before season, like before it starts to get busy, so people can start to acclimate to the new rule, and essentially it helps to establish the tone for what's coming in the future. Like, why are we prolonging it?
We can, with the direction of the CRA, and if that would be a recommendation for the CRA to consider 2-hour parking, then they would direct staff to look at that. I don't know the pros and cons of 2-hour parking. We haven't evaluated that, but that can certainly be a recommendation of this body to the CRA to investigate, evaluate, and direct staff to do that.
I would make a motion to do that. I mean, I feel like that, and then that echoes what Elizabeth from the design district came in earlier, like that's one of the main priorities of the neighborhood, so we need to make it a priority and get it in front of the CRA so then it gets approved, and then there's a timeline put in place and it gets implemented, because we keep talking about this like over and over and over.
This is, you're referring to our parking, limited parking on the street,
Yeah.
correct? Yeah, but that's not.
And then there's the whole private.
That's not enough. I mean, what we're
Right.
dealing here with is, this is eminent domain.
Right.
You own a property, it's your private property, and anyone can come and park on it. And so you may pull up on your own property and you don't have a spot to park in on your own property. The tenants that are paying rent can't pay, they may not be able to park on their property, or their patrons. That's I'm not sure exactly how this took place and how this was missed, but this is a major issue that has to be totally overhauled, in my opinion.
And we agree that it would be part of the proposal with the consultant to look at the codes, to consider what options do we have to improve parking. So I think what you can think about now is, do we do that comprehensively when we look at the code, or is it the recommendation to go forward with 2-hour parking right now and then look at it comprehensively, or make 2-hour parking part of the solution to look at comprehensively? So I think that those are the things to think about. Do we do it all at one time, or do we initiate the 2-hour immediately?
Absolutely, I think all at one time. I think all of the above. I can tell you right now, I just got back in town this past weekend, and for whatever reason, I was approached by a couple different folks, so I haven't been here in a while, who are active business owners, and they came to me and said, we have construction trucks coming on our property, and we asked them, can you please not park here? And the profound language that they got back was unacceptable. So I think we're only encouraging this with this ordinance. It's out of control.
The construction parking has been addressed a couple of times where business owners have reached out to me. When you do construction of a project, you do have to have a parking plan, and workers are supposed to be in compliant with those. So when we notice that they're not in compliant with those, then staff works to reach out to the general contractors and get that back in compliance. So I know that that happens sometimes, but if property owners, business owners are having a problem with construction parking, then they are welcome to contact staff, and we will help them get that back into compliance, because they do have a parking plan for any construction project that's ongoing, so it doesn't impact other businesses in the area. So we do have an avenue. So if you all are having problems, they're welcome to reach out to me, and I can help.
Well, I'm hearing a couple of things, quite possibly that we might be thinking about making a recommendation or a consensus to the CRA involving parking and involving light and noise pollution as priorities for this company, DPZ, to focus on, but also with respect to parking, sounds like you're looking for a more immediate.
Well, the thing is we could have DPZ, of course they're going to review it. It's part of their proposal. They're mapping out a plan for the future, and that has to be part of it. But again, that all is going to take time. Like it's going to be a whole year while they noodle around with all this stuff, which it's all common sense. So why are we waiting another whole year for people to sort of talk about the obvious when we, as business owners and in the neighborhood who hear this every day from all of our, colleagues and neighbors and stuff like this is an issue, why can't we do something now and then know that as the plan gets developed in the future, there will be continued discussions about parking and how it will evolve in the future as more things become part of that package. So I would suggest or make a recommendation that we encourage the CRA to approve or analyze a 2-hour parking limitation on each of the streets, so then at least that addresses an immediate concern. It keeps construction people from parking there. It helps to sort of keep those spots turning in the neighborhood and sets us up for a successful season, so people are going to know how that the neighborhood, evolves.
Can I ask a question? How do they, and it's directed just to that portion of it, not to Mr. Asker's problem where they're parking on his building's property. How do they handle it on Fifth Avenue? I mean, there's no signs there are signs there. So that's step one, if we want to do it in the CRA, our portion of the CRA that we're talking about now, in the design district or 4110. So one is you have to put up signs, and then two, it's enforcement. So I've got a feeling that right now, the enforcement issue of it is probably the lack of, there's nobody monitoring that, other than the store owner can walk out and say, well, that car's been there for 4 hours, calls the police department and says, get somebody out here and let's get this car out of here.
But we can't put up signs,
The-
though, that's the
The
problem.
problem is you cannot put up signs,
Signs.
and
So
you
that-
cannot even tow.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, well,
You can even
Can't tow
tow a
off your-
vehicle that's on your property.
well, we're talking about, they're parked out on the public street, but they're parked in front of your business, and they're stopping your customer from having the ability to come and park. So as a quick fix, one, we'd have to put up the signs over there on the avenues. And then two, we need to figure out, can we enforce it? So that's something that the CRA and the city could quickly, come up with the answers to. We don't have to wait for DPZ to come up with those answers, but that could be the long range, what we want to accomplish in there. Is
That could be a recommendation, yeah.
Okay, so we just need to verbalize that in our recommendation.
Member Fushone did make a motion
Okay,
Yeah.
to request the CRA look into the 2-hour parking.
okay.
So we don't have a second yet on that.
I'll second that.
Get it done.
Any other discussion on that? We're just talking about the 2-hour parking on the avenues and the streets within the design.
And David, as a clarification, you're referring to the avenues from where to where?
Well, I mean, I think it,
Just so that there's,
I would say probably just from conversations with different business owners, I would say it's going to be probably from First South all the way up to at least Fifth North. Like, that's the bulk of the businesses there in that district that are having issues.
Just to comment on that, as someone who lives at Naples Square, where we have the 4th Naples Square building, Gulf Shore Playhouse, the hotel has broken ground. You cannot park on 3rd Avenue South or 12th anymore because as the buildings go into ground, the parking for workers just diminishes. I've called the city a couple of times, and it's clear for a couple of days, and then they're back. So
I'd say take it from 4th
I take it further, yeah,
south to 6th north.
yeah.
And then that's the streets and avenues
David,
from
you need
Goodlet to 41.
Okay, can you amend your motion then to that?
I would say extend that past 41 to 8th. That problem carries on.
The CRA does, yeah, it extends. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
It does?
Yeah.
Does to 8th, correct?
Yes,
Just say within the CRA then, period.
Yeah.
within the CRA boundary.
CRA boundaries, we're particularly, in this discussion, we're talking about the
We're just talking about the avenues running east-west. So, yeah.
4110 and carry it over to 8th. I mean, we're not talking about down here on Fifth Avenue, so.
Well, true enough, yeah, this really needs to be the 4110 master plan study area. Okay, sorry, sure.
Yeah. Are we good, or?
So
Oh, okay, so I need to make a amendment to my...
Amend your motion,
Amend my
yes.
motion that I would like for the CRA to review our request to implement 2-hour parking throughout the CRA, through our district from, what did we say?
41.
Design district.
Yeah. The-
Okay,
4110, yeah,
From the 4110
master.
master plan.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
I'll second that again.
All right.
Then do I need to make any motion about getting this to
you need to
staff?
act on
We
that
need that-
motion
yeah, we need to
first.
vote
I
on
made
this
that,
one,
okay. Then I
So
would,
we need did we have a second on that?
yeah. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I think when you're ready, Chair, if you have no more discussion, you can do call.
Let's go ahead and let's take a roll call on that portion of it.
Member Askar?
Yes.
Vice Chair Dominic?
yes.
Member Fushone?
Yes.
Member Palmer?
Yes.
Chair Donovan?
Yes. Now, do we want to discuss the particular problem where they're parking on the private property of a building owner and his tenants can't even come onto the property and find a place to park the car? We're looking at, is a perfect example, the Ascar building, which is in
So-
the CRA.
So in that, those are all code-related. So we would need to review the code and make any adjustments in the code to address that particular circumstance. So that circumstance could be addressed when you look at the code to implement the Naples Design District. It's a little, that's a different one. unless it's outside, if you're going outside the boundary of the
Oh.
Naples Design District.
Long run, he has to wait until that gets done. In the short term, as we come into season, what does he do? Just makes a phone call?
Well, yeah,
Let
again.
let me,
that-
if I can elaborate a little more on that, it's not really so much that building. That building is commercial tenants only, and there's adequate parking there, so it's really not that big of an issue. The issue is just, it's overall, so it's happening to smaller properties that have limited parking for the tenants and their customers. And then it's also spilling over to residential tenants in some of these new condo developments, and these residential tenants that don't have enclosed parking. So you may own a unit and have one spot, and that spot is off of an alley, off of one of the avenues, and you're going home and somebody's parked in your spot, and you don't know what to do in the meantime as you're trying to figure out, call management, call whatnot. The problem goes that far.
Okay.
So are there two ways to approach it? One is to emphasize it in the future studies, but is there something similar to what we just did on 2-hour parking that can address this issue? Is there something?
The main issue is the ordinance that allows anyone to park on private property. And then those private property owners cannot even put up signs, cannot even tow those vehicles off. That whole thing needs to be fixed.
So that to me is, it's in the code and it would be addressed when we look at the code. This is in the design district area, or in that whole D downtown area. When you talk about the residential property owners, are you speaking of the Naples Design District boundary or outside of that boundary?
In that boundary, I'll give you a actual example. First Avenue South. First Avenue South between 41 and 8th Street. Commercial building with tenants. Next door, a residential building with owners. And there are people that are just parking construction trucks. There's a lot of construction going on. And not only construction, that are just parking anywhere that they want. So they're parking in residential spots. They're parking in commercial tenant spots. And so that's happening, I think, throughout the entire design district corridor, all the way from 8th going east.
So the zoning that's in place right now for commercial properties in the Naples Design District is the D downtown. And that code promotes shared parking. So the idea is you come to the district, you park once, and then you walk around to go shopping, go dining, entertainment, things like that. So so what I'm hearing is relates back to that more comprehensive look for private properties and how people are parking and how we're either sharing it or we're not sharing it in the D downtown. So that goes back to the code issue. So to change that, we need to evaluate, analyze, and have some action on the code itself. So unlike just parking on the streets, and we can look at a separate ordinance of how we handle that, this is the zoning code itself and how it directs property owners to be parked. So I think that particular item would be well served to look at comprehensively when we look at the zoning amendments.
Okay.
Do I need a motion to, I do, okay. I would like to make a motion to, that we advise staff and the CRA that DPZ, should they continue their work with the city, place noise and sound regulatory reform as a priority and listed as, makes it to the bullet stage here, that it's something that's important to them and that it underlies what they're going to study, with a view towards using technology, assessing the capability of code enforcement, whether code enforcement needs any more money on this, and that any zoning not do anything to be a race to a bottom on noise and sound pollution, noise, sound, and light pollution.
And would that also make the recommendation to the CRA that they engage
Yes.
the DPZ group to continue on?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
I second the motion.
Any other discussion about that? If you'd call.
Member Askar,
Yes.
Vice Chair Dominic,
Yes.
Member Fushone,
Yes.
Member Palmer,
Yes.
Chair Donaville.
Yes. Do we need to do anything else on the rest of all these bullet points that you have here?
Yeah, I would appreciate if we can have by consensus or by motion some recommendation to the CRA on the strategy itself. Do you agree that we should be looking at the infrastructure of these streets in the first year, for instance? I mean, it's kind of the implementation of this plan as a whole. So if you agree with this is the right thing, or if we want to move, for instance, 6th Avenue forward or move the construction back. So it's just kind of the overall implementation strategy, if you have any thoughts on that.
So Anita, one question, or I guess it's a couple questions. As we look at the dollar values you've assigned each of these years, how are we getting to the 2.1 in 22, 23? I've got the 1.5 and I've got the 400,000, so we're, what, a couple $100,000 off of that?
Yeah, so that is a point that we need to, as I said, these are going to impact the CIP. So we would, the other couple hundred, remember that was professional services for the zoning amendments. So that's where that's at. So that's kind of
located at elsewhere.
Yeah, that's not in the CIP, but those things are kind of adding up to that $400,000 we have for design, and then the $200,000 we have for zoning amendments in the budget, and then the 1.5.
And then lastly, I see that we've got $1.5 million allocated, and this perhaps goes to the budget, but I see nothing allocated in coming years for the implementation of the
Exactly.
plan improvement.
Yeah, so that's where, if you think that this is a strategy that you would like to recommend the CRA to support, then it would need to be reflected in 23, 24, and so we would have to shift. And we can look at that, next when we go through the budget, how those things would shift. But yes, so we would say that this is an implementation strategy that we would recommend, and then we would allocate future capital improvements and budget necessary to implement this.
Do the motion. You're ready.
Wait, I have a question. When you were talking about infrastructure, we've gone around and around about this, but where are we with the landscape improvements that have been?
I will provide an update in the administration report, if I might.
Because I saw that it's going back to be re-reviewed and sort of
Yeah.
simplified, but like.
Yeah,
what-
so I will give you an update at the administration's report. Yeah.
Unless there's any objections, I would make a recommendation that this strategy over the next 3 years seems logical and linear in its progression, and would recommend to the CRA to approve or to implement.
I second that.
Any discussion? So we can keep it a motion like every other one has been, and we don't want to pull things, consensus, hit it.
Member Askar,
Yes.
Vice Chair Dominic,
Yes.
Member Fushone,
Yes.
Member Palmer,
Yes.
Chair Donaville.
Yes. Okay, now, I'm looking at the clock up there, and I know from having sat with Anita for a few minutes, item 8, item 9, and the announcements and correspondence will probably take us 45 to 50 minutes, maybe. So I would like to take a quick 5 minutes, quick break, give Ally a chance to whatever, and I gotta go do a chance to go. Okay, we're back in business, and we are to item 8, I believe. Which is,
Yeah, Mr. Chair, we are on item 8, the CRA budget. And so like the other 2 items that we needed discussion and recommendations on, I'm going to go through a brief PowerPoint with you summarizing the budget that we have. And then if you have any recommendations to any changes to the budget, please make those recommendations to the CRA. The last page of this presentation will end again on our capital improvement plan, where we know we need to account for some of the motions that you just made and look at the out years and the funding that will go into those. So to begin this, we are discussing now the budget for fiscal year 22-23 as proposed. When we propose this budget, we bring it to you for recommendations to the CRA. The CRA then will hear your recommendations and consider all the information in the budget, and then the final budget is approved by City Council when they approve their overall budget. So a couple more processes to go, but the CRA will be hearing this at their meeting with your other recommendations on September 1st. So just to begin, again, we are an independent agency, independent from City Council, with one fund, and that's Fund 180 that we use, and we are created by Florida statute with the trust fund for that. The funds come from the increment financing that we have discussed before. So by statute, our funding and our processes are regulated. And basically, our budgeting for any items, including administration and policing, and our capital projects need to be in our plan. So if it's not in our 2014 redevelopment plan, we should not be doing it. Our plan, again, was adopted in 2014, so look back to your plan, and then the amendment in 21 dealing with affordable housing. So this is the requirements of, if we have money left over, what do we do with it? And we can either give it back to the governing authority, we can use it to reduce the amount of debt, we can deposit into escrow for another project, or we can reappropriate it to a specific project. This budget proposes that we select item B, and if there are monies left over in our budget, that we allocate that to reduce debt that we will be incurring for the construction of the garage. That was the same strategy used last year, and we would do that again going forward. If there are monies left over, we would reduce that debt. So what we have this year is revenues in the amount of nearly $23 million. And that is due to other revenue sources, in addition to our increment, primarily loan proceeds from the garage, and also a little bit of interest income that we have. But generally what we have that is increasing that to nearly $23 million is the $9 million that we have for loan proceeds.
Have we, is the loan in place, or is the loan yet to be funded?
The loan is yet to be funded.
Do we have the terms for the loan?
I do not. But we would ask our finance director to work through that with you if you have questions about that. And in the loan, let me just mention that right now we have in this budget accounting for the loan for the garage. You can also consider in this budget process, and particularly the CIP, that we should be including in that loan First Avenue and 10th, the design and construction for those. So if we include those in the loans, then we pay that out over, a 15, 20-year period. It gives you more money to deal with immediate projects, design district up front, paying that out over a 20-year period. So that's something to think about. So in summary, this is just the fund summary for you. In personal services, we have just over $800,000. These don't change a lot. The personal services operating expenses don't change tremendously. They changed slightly this year because you hired an administrator, so that went up. And we also had some contractual services with the police department and things like that, and commodity expenses. Those are the things that increased this budget this year for the operating and personal services expenses. The non-operating portion of our budget, you can see, is just over 18 million. And again, a portion of that is due to anticipated higher costs for the garage. So this is the last slide, and I said I would be pretty quick for you on this one. This gets to, again, the capital improvement. So the draft that we brought to you before had some placeholders for affordable housing and implementation of the Naples Design District. So by your motions today, what we would take to the CRA as a recommendation is I would break out the affordable housing projects, and just underneath that, I would allocate 1.5 million to rehabilitation and 1.5 million to real estate acquisition. So that's how that would change. With your motion on the Naples Design District, I would fill out the coming years of 23, 24, 24, 25 with the capital improvement allocations that were recommended in that strategy. So that's how that would change out. Let's see. So those are the main changes that we've discussed today on the capital improvement and how it would affect the CIP going forward. So if you all have any questions on that, that's based on your previous motions. I would amend that to take forward to the CRA. Are there any additional points?
The conversation that you had about if we had money left over, what would we do with that money? Is that up for debate, or it is what it is?
No, you can make a different recommendation. Our strategy would to be paying back the debt, but if there is another option there to put into a different project or to allocate differently.
This was before my time, but look at this, and then with that being the plan for the money left over, it just seems like it doesn't seem, it is. The major focus is this garage. So much money is going towards this garage. All this leftover money is going to go. Everything is about this garage, and a lot of these other things, which to me are more about businesses in the neighborhood, helping, with the housing that are going to affect a lot of people. That's all feels very secondary. You smile. So the $13 million that's going towards this garage, it is what it is. And it went from 9 million to 13 million. So where did that extra $4 million come from?
It's just reappropriated in the budget, and that would be included in a loan proceed. So rather than getting a loan for like 9 million, we would say we would be getting a loan for 13 million, and that's primarily due to construction costs and inflation is what we're realizing. So I think that just increase in costs from the time that you first started thinking about a garage and how much that might cost, it has increased.
It's just tough because the value of the garage is adding value to me, it's adding value for the Gulf Shore Playhouse and when there's activity at that lot. But that garage, my personal opinion is that garage is not going to really add any value to my business or anything north of there. So it's focused on that one spot. So has it ever been considered that part of this money or somehow that's been allocated towards the garage, there's some kind of a a shuttle service that helps to get people into the district, or ways to get people to use that garage, so then it does add value for the rest of the businesses in the neighborhood versus just being, I mean, realistically, it's just going to be used when there's activity at the Playhouse. And then otherwise, it's pretty empty, and it doesn't really do anything for anybody else.
So your 2014 plan does have in there the idea of providing transit services throughout the CRA. So you're taking advantage of the garages on Fifth Avenue, this new garage, and getting people throughout the CRA into different areas. So that is contemplated in the CRA plan. So that is something that the CRA could do. It's something that you could recommend to do because it is in your plan. So providing transit services throughout the CRA is a viable alternative, yes.
And I guess you did make the point that this would be, it's not a fait accompli. Each year we would decide what to do with the leftover, or if there were residual funds.
Yes, annually we will have the same conversation.
So do we have to make that decision? We have another meeting or two to make that decision, or are we doing that today?
No, the budget will be considered by the CRA at their September 1st meeting.
okay.
So this is the time that you would want to make any recommendations to the CRA.
So along with that parking garage, a little birdie told me the other day that we should make sure that we have the conduit in that parking garage structure so that in the future, when the parking garage isn't going to need to be used as a parking garage, that we have got it all ready to stick the wires in to make it into affordable housing or whatever. So is that part of the plan?
I heard that too.
That's the first I've heard of that, but I know that garage technology has come a long way, and that they do think forward about repurposing garages. So that's the first I've heard of
Yeah,
that.
the only wiring that I've heard is so that they can, plug in electric cars, but I'm talking about when it needs the stuff that you're going to stick the wires through to run a house or a business.
Yeah, I haven't heard that one yet, but I'm happy to ask the consultant about that.
All right. Anybody else have any
I
intelligent
have
questions?
one, I have one comment and one question. One is that I think that your idea about a shuttle speaks to a lot of things, not just where the money goes, but also in terms of solving perhaps parking just generally in the downtown area. So the second question I have is, I actually read this, and it seems that under personnel services, the CRA is funding 3 police officers. I love the police, so this is not anything other than asking about it, and 3 landscape technicians. Are the community police officers' responsibilities evenly distributed through the CRA? Where are they, and who are they? And similarly with respect to the landscape people, who are they and what do they do?
Yeah. So we have 2 police officers.
2 or 3? It says 3 here.
3, okay. I've met 2. I've met
Okay.
2 of the police officers that we have
Okay.
on Fifth Avenue. And I think, primarily as the CRA has been redeveloping, the need and the activity has been on Fifth Avenue a lot. So I think that their programming and policing efforts will expand towards where the need is. I would be happy to ask the chief to come in and give us a report on, where they're going, what they're doing, what they're finding, what the crime statistics are, so you can have a better understanding of what that is. This, the policing effort, that is something that is allowed by statute specifically, and you have to have it in your plan to be able to do that. And we have the policing in the plan. It's allowed by statute, so we are consistent with that. And I'm happy to ask the chief to come to a meeting and describe those efforts for you.
That'd be great.
And what they're finding in the CRA, and they might give you some feedback of what we can do differently.
That'd be terrific.
Yeah, that would be good.
Is that a consensus?
Yeah.
I have a question. In regards to the master plan, in the work that DPZ has done so far, have they formulated, even if it's a wild guess, what the budget or what it would take from a financial perspective to create this amazing proposal that they've gotten unanimous sort of approval to explore?
No, they don't create a pro forma on that because remember, it's a private-public partnership. So the majority of the work in CRA is done by the private sector. The CRA needs to establish the regulations and incentives and programs to help support the private sector. That's kind of the relationships that we have. But it's really the private sector that is doing the redevelopment on private property. We just need to make sure that they have the infrastructure, you know, the water lines are the right size, the streets are right place, the zoning's in the right place, the uses are right. So we need to make sure that we have the regulating conditions of that, but it's the private sector that really initiates the change.
So the money that's this $1.5 million for 22, 23, and then that other slide where we've carved out more money over the next few years, that is going to be a very small portion of what it will take to create this whole thing. And that really, again, it's all contingent on property owners to fall in line with funding this.
So the property owners will be interested in the amendments to the code. So as you change the code and how that creates opportunities or constraints for what they want to do is what will either encourage or discourage the redevelopment of their property, and the regulations that are created will determine how far they can go in redeveloping that property, how much square foot, what the height is, can't go above, the 42 feet, things like that. So, it's a partnership. So if we create, for instance, regulations that are so onerous that private properties cannot redevelop, then that will not serve the efforts to redevelop the area. So they go hand in hand. But the property owners need the regulations to support their redevelopment effort.
I mean, I understand that. I guess I'm just trying to, in my head, wrap my head around, like, how feasible do we think, I mean, it's great to dream, but like, how feasible do we think this may actually be? How close to reality will we actually get?
Well, the only other example that we have here to look at is Fifth Ave. And when the Fifth Ave redevelopment master plan was created in the overlay, it was all buildings with parking in front. It was a bowling alley. There was lots of vacancies. And so I think you can measure the change there. You can see what has changed by the efforts of the CRA to provide a vision and then to implement that vision. So I would say that, in the city of Naples, that was a successful redevelopment from a very blighted area to an area that is successful now.
And would it fall on your plate? Like, is it your job to do the PR to sort of get the property owners and not to see the vision, to sort of fall in line, to kind of get behind it? Like, who ultimately is the one that manages that?
So certainly outreach is part of what we will do. And always public engagement, public input. We have public meetings here to encourage people. So the education of it is in that outreach is part of what we do in the CRA administration. And then if you go forward with, or if a bid moves forward, then some of those responsibilities would be by that paid executive. So again, just like Bruce promotes and manages and advocates for the business owners of Fifth Avenue, there's there's partnerships in CRA, right? So I can't do anything alone. I have a whole team.
Sure.
Right? So it's the same way with the CRA and the private sector and the city. We're all partners in this. And so we're always trying to gain consensus between the partners, the property owners, business owners, residents, the city council, and the CRA to come to an agreement of how we best implement our plans.
Okay.
Any other discussion? Any other suggestions of changes to the budget?
So going back to when Elizabeth came and talked about the things that the design district is hoping to accomplish, would CRA help to fund any of that stuff? Or essentially the association would, if they wanted to put up banners, they have to pay for their own banners. If they want to do, invite artists to come to do stuff in the street, like, would that fall within this or be part of the plan, or that would be something that they would have to do on their own?
So again, I think it's a partnership, and we want to make sure that whatever the Naples Design District wants to do is part of the plan, right? So we would look back to, is this implementing the Naples Design District Master Plan? And if tactical art, for instance, if you want to do a crosswalk, do you have your right-of-way permit, things like that. So, and when we talk about the banners were something that were paid for by the design district for the first time. And then the maintenance of those.
No, they weren't. The design district didn't pay for those banners.
Okay, so going forward, if there are additional banners that would want to be created, if that's promotion and marketing, would that be under the bid, or would that be in partnership with the CRA? So all of these things are things that we can think about who's doing what, because the private sector is doing a lot, CRA is doing a lot, city's doing a lot, so it's a partnership in who does what. And what the funding is in the Naples Design District, and considering that and what their long-term goals are and short-term goals, I think are in line with what the action that you have taken. They have them in the short term, you're in alignment with that, and their long-term as well. So I think that you've addressed that, and going forward, it's a partnership to figure out who's paying for what.
Like if I go back to a meeting, like a design district meeting, and talk with members of those businesses, right? So the association has put together this request. They've identified their short-term or long-term priorities, came here, presented it to us. Then if I go to a meeting and they ask me, like, how do we get this stuff done? How are we getting cities support, or are we not? Or do we have to self-fund our own things? Mm-hmm. I think that's where, as a group of businesses, they're trying to map out a plan with being conscious of the calendar and season and all the things that you want to try to do before people come. And so I just want to make sure that they are clear on how they would go about implementing any of this stuff, and what they need approval for, and what they can maybe get funding for, and then what are things that they would have to fund themselves or go about a different process to get approval.
And that kind of goes back to the education, and what I do as the administration for the CRA is education. So meeting with the Design District Association and other associations, the BID and property owners associations and HOAs within the CRA boundary, that's part of what I do. And so if the Naples Design District Association had their own thoughts of projects that they wanted to do, it would be, I could come and have that discussion and help them figure out funding sources and a path forward.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, just to summarize it for you, where we're at right now is on the budget. I will amend the CIP in accordance with the other implementation strategies that you have, filling out those following years for Naples Design Districts, splitting the allocation. Then I also had consensus to ask the chief to give us some reporting on the policing. So with that, we just need either by motion or consensus, a recommendation to the CRA to amend the budget reflecting your actions on the implementation plans and any other matters that you would want to change in this budget.
In the allocation, I forget which particular strategy part it was, but the pilot project, the formation of bid support, well, there's no dollars associated with that. DPZ zoning, I think we're clear on. Otherwise, you're going to be assigning dollars as needed for items that require dollars.
Yeah, and I think it'll be, we will do that with the CRA if they approve the strategies as recommended. We'll take that additional step to allocate those. Otherwise, we have $1.5 million to accomplish those projects, and we would budget accordingly to accomplish those projects.
And presumably, to address David's point, if new banners were felt or additional banners were felt needed, they could then be folded into that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Want to make the motion?
Sure, I feel like I've like to make a motion to recommend approval with the revisions previously noted to the 2022-2023 capital improvement projects to the CRA.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? Yes,
I have a question. With the are we discussing the surplus, whether it retires debt or carries forward for other projects?
That, you have a motion and a second, so I would discuss that at this time. It wasn't included in the motion, but if you want to have that discussion and ask the motion maker to amend the motion.
I would ask to amend that motion
I'd
and
happily,
and include that in the motion. And my position would be to retire debt.
I'd happily amend it for fiscal year 22-23 to allow the surplus to go to additional projects for that one particular year only. I agree with you in general terms, but I don't think by the time we bring the loan onto into place, there's not going to be a whole lot of need. We're in the very early life of that loan, so you know, and certainly I think there's some dollars that are going to need to be leveraged for the spin up of the implementation of this project.
I agree with Greg.
I would second that amended motion.
Is it clear, Ally, the motion? Okay.
any other discussion? Go ahead and call the roll.
Member Asgar.
Yes.
Vice Chair Dominic.
Yes.
Member Fruscione.
Yes.
Member Palmer.
Yes.
Chair Donaville.
Yes. Takes care of 8. Or to item 9, which is the administrator's report.
Okay. So this will be brief. We have, on the first page of the administrator's report, we discussed the Naples Design District Master Plan. You've taken action on that. The next item is the affordable housing study. You've just taken action on that. The next item is an update on the Gulf Shore Playhouse Garage. We had a pre-application meeting for the site plan on the garage just last Thursday, so the project is moving forward. We're working out the details of the site plan, the elevations, and we will be working towards scheduling some public engagement for that process when we get to a point to have something to react to. So once we get an elevation that makes sense and a site plan, then we'll be bringing that forward. But that project is in progress and moving along, and we have passed the first step of the pre-application meeting. The next item is the Fifth Avenue Streetscape and Sugden Theater Plaza improvements. The Sugden Plaza improvements and landscape improvements are in the CIP out in the 5th year. The neighborhood plans, this is, Mr. Fashone, you had a question about the 10th Street North landscape and irrigation improvements. That project is out for bid, and the bid opening for those will be August 25th. And we structured that bid to break out the avenues and 10th and break out alternatives for maintaining the mature trees, or if we maintain the mature trees and we can't do any additional irrigation landscaping, so there are alternatives there that they have to include in their bid. So once we get the bids back and we open those bids, the process that we would like to do is invite the public that was interested in the project and had some comments to you back to meet with us to help us look at the alternatives, and then hopefully come to you again with consensus in moving the project forward. So that's where we're at in that. So again, the bid opening is going to be August 25th, so we hope that, you know, by the next meeting in September, we'll be back to you with a project that is ready to go.
So does that mean that we're putting the new plantings next summer?
No, they will be, as soon as the project, the consultant is selected and the bid is let, we will start that project immediately. So we hope to get that in rainy season, so
Oh, good. Okay.
before hurricane season's over.
Oh, good.
The parking on 3rd Avenue North is in progress, and if you've noticed, they have done some landscaping around the FP&L walls that looks much, much better, so if you haven't seen that. But the parking is in progress, and the survey is complete, so we're just waiting to get that under construction in-house. The street lights on River Park East and West, remember that's a CDBG grant, and that is also in progress. So we hope to see some really good improvements in the district coming very soon. And that was the last project on my report. One other item under my administrator's report that I'd like to discuss with you is your meeting schedule. And I attached to your agenda item your schedule. You had asked me to look at dates for November and December to see if you wanted to schedule meetings. Currently, you do not have meetings scheduled and calendared past October 24th. So in looking at the chamber room's availability in November, it is available Monday, November 21st, if you would like to meet. And then in December, it is available on Wednesday, December 21st, if you would like to meet. So that this item in itself, if you would like to schedule those meetings by motion, would be good, so we can set those by motion, the meetings for November and December.
I have a question. When are the CRA meetings?
The CRA meetings are, just a minute and I will tell you.
Starts with September 1.
Right.
September 1,
Then,
October 13th, and I believe it's the first Monday in November. Let me look real quick at my calendar. No. And November 3rd.
Is there a scheduled meeting for December?
They will not be meeting in December.
is their next meeting in January then?
They haven't set the meetings yet.
Okay.
So at our meeting, at our last meeting before, or in November, we'll set the following meetings, or any time the chair would like to do that before then, we can include that on the agenda. But otherwise, we will have that on the agenda for discussion in November.
So September and October, okay with everybody?
Yes.
So can we discuss November? That would be on a normal date that we normally would meet.
So November would mean that CRA would not act upon anything that we decided until sometime in January,
Correct?
which is fine, but just,
We might be reacting to something that they want us to do, that they state in November 3rd.
so I would say, probably November makes sense. I'm not so sure what the purpose of December would be, given.
Correct.
And
That-
the November 21st is the Monday before Thanksgiving,
Yes.
in case anybody's traveling.
Okay. Is school out that whole week before Thanksgiving?
It is, for
me, it's
not an issue.
I won't be here. But I'm happy to join whatever other way is permissible. I just won't be here.
You will be here in November?
I will not be here in November, but I'm available to join if that's permissible.
And the rules right now state what, Nancy? If they're not, the rules of meeting, would she be able to zoom in, or David's not going to set that up?
So there is, I don't know, wrong side. I don't know if your rules specifically address it. However, there is a resolution that was passed by the city council that basically requires a quorum to be present and then a vote to allow the member who is not present to participate by electronically or remote.
So if that bleeds over into ours, then yes, you could, and you'd be on the screen.
Okay.
Okay.
So to reach quorum, we will have,
Oh, yeah, I guess I can mention that now. We should have, we should
should have
have
more.
more people on us. They're going to they're going to listen to or question the applicants. There's 3 applicants now, so we should have, the other 2 spots filled by the time we meet again. And
wonderful.
our meeting in September, we should have, full quorum or full complement of people.
So just to be clear, if you can't attend in person, you can Zoom in,
Yeah, as long as there's a
quorum physically.
up here.
And a vote is taken to allow.
I'm
Except
sorry?
that you can't be absent more than twice.
Right.
Right. but
And
you
then
can-
we have to vote. That day? That morning?
Yeah, when the meeting's
Okay.
open.
So if you Zoom in, that counts as an absence, or it does not?
I don't think it does.
No,
No.
it wouldn't if you were allowed to participate, if there was a vote to allow participation remotely, it would not
Oh,
count.
that's good. That allows some flexibility.
okay.
Is there any possibility or thought about doing it the week before Thanksgiving, or was there just no availability?
There's just,
No
the
availability.
chamber room is just not, it's
Okay.
very busy,
Yeah,
very
okay.
busy chamber.
Okay.
When was the CRA meeting, on the 3rd?
Yes, November 3rd.
So are we okay with the November date for the moment? And then I guess the real key is, do we want to meet in December?
Do you need
I don't think
anything
any of us
more-
do.
You need anything? you need
course,
anything
of
more
course, of
formal
course.
than this? Bunch of shaking.
Okay. Does that take care of the schedule?
Okay, do we have consensus that we'll meet on November 1st and no December meeting?
21st.
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 21st, yes.
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 Yes. Yes, yes.
Yes.
And one last thing, I will mention to you that you do have, and George just brought it up, that we do have 3 applicants to join the CRA, 1 vacant position, 1 alternate position. We have 3 applicants. Those applicants will be reviewed by City Council September 6th.
Did the person who had previously been approved withdraw? Because remember, there was another candidate that I thought had been approved.
I have not received anything
Okay.
from the clerk that
The 3
anyone
people are people
was
that
approved.
have
That-
not applied before.
Okay.
I mean, as a month ago, they hadn't applied.
Does the alternate come to the meetings? I would think that, do they
Yes,
sit
they do.
off to the side?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because, in all likelihood, they may get a chance to vote.
And if you don't have a quorum, then that's, kind of the purpose of the alternate as well. They'll step up and form the quorum for you.
So anyways.
Um,
So I see no public comment. We're done with that part of it. And we're to announcements and correspondence. I have something I'll bring up, but I'll wait and be last on that. Or maybe I shouldn't be last on it. Does anybody have anything other than what they think I might be bringing up? Okay. David? From you? Okay. My portion has to do with, we're still kind of up in the air as to two things. One, I'd like to do this portion of it first. Should we somehow formally either, not, I won't say request, but recommend to the CRA that we have an annual meeting with them? And it be at their scheduling, they set the schedule, or we just ask them to ask us to have a meeting. I mean, that's kind of what it's going to be, but we would like to see them meet with us once a year, or on an annual basis, we'll say.
So if I might help you with that process, Mr. Chair. At the time that you would like to have a joint meeting with the CRA, you amended your CRAB bylaws to outline that process. So the question begins the process. So I think it's a question of your advisory board if you would like to request a meeting now for a joint meeting. And then the process is that the chair would go before the CRA and deliver that request. So if you have consensus from the advisory board, then that would be the chair's direction to go to the CRA and request the joint meeting. And then they would address that then. And that was the process that of the established bylaws would be the chair goes to the CRA to request a joint meeting.
Does the bylaws take one further little sidestep in that the chair can designate someone from the CRAB to make that request?
For the joint meeting, it says the chair of the CRA.
Can it be done with a memo from the chair to be read by yourself?
I would ask for the attorney's help on that.
My problem is I'm not here on the first, folks.
Yeah.
So I can't physically stand there and tell or ask.
Yeah, how that message is delivered, the bylaws say that the CRA chair attend a CRA meeting and request a joint meeting.
In the case that the CRA chair is unable to discharge their duties, cannot the vice chair step into their?
Yes, the vice chair can.
And I would
Also,
be willing to do that.
That
Okay.
answers that question.
there you go.
Have to cross that
Perfect.
bridge then. And so the second question then has to do with their unresolved decision as to whether or not they're going to require our chair to appear in front of them at each of their meetings to give a report, which is what precipitated the initial movement by Mr. Frederickson to then decide completely that he just didn't want to sit on the board anymore. I am willing to go in front of them. Obviously, I can't do it on the first, but we don't know whether they're going to ask us to come on the first at this point, because there's already been a question raised at a meeting that they've just had, not at CRA, but at the city council, to reevaluate that request of us. It needs to be brought up again at one of their future meetings, and they've got 3 or 4 more meetings before September, or 2 more meetings, I think, before September 1st, where it might be hashed out and decided. And should they land again on they need someone to appear in front of them, we would have to say, well, you know, if it's on the first, the chair can't be here, will you accept someone else to appear, the vice chair or one of our designees? So that's the quandary that we might find ourselves in before our next meeting. Did I lay that one out okay, or did you need to?
If you want to go first.
Yeah. Some options to that. If you would like to make a recommendation to the CRA, I suggest that you discuss. If you would like to make a recommendation to the CRA, then I would take that recommendation to the CRA if there's another approach that you all have to address that request.
Sure.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what they say they want from us now, so I think that's important. I was of the view that more communication with them was necessary, but it may be, I don't know if they're asking for a report or if someone should be there in case they have any questions. I don't know, but one of the things that sticks out at me is your comment from the last meeting, which was your observation that one of the times that the CRA chair appeared, the chair took the opportunity to present a minority view, which obviously is of still some concern here. And I think that at a minimum, however the reporting or the attendance occurs, there needs to be a commitment that that not happen, you know, that it either be designated as a minority view, but not take it to just advance either personal or other kinds of views. And I think that's important.
I have a feeling that there are members of the CRA that are watching us right now and hearing our discussions. I think whether we need to frame it in the form of a motion or a request, I guess I'll leave up to Anita to advise us.
So the motion or the request to have a joint meeting or to attend their monthly meetings?
To attend their monthly.
So if you have a suggestion, I would suggest, how would you like to communicate? If it's the chair, if it's a designee, if it's a vice chair, if there's, if you believe it should be monthly, if it should be quarterly, if you have another idea of how best to communicate with the CRA. Remember, we're not city, so we're not the PAB, the DRB, any other advisory board. We're different and apart from city council. We are only the CRA. They have one advisory board as you. So I think that there's interest in hearing from you and your thoughts and options of how to accomplish that would benefit the CRA to have that discussion.
Well, I think the importance of being able to designate someone is important, unless the chairman chooses to do it all the time. The ability to designate any member of the committee to go is important.
I would agree.
Dan?
Yeah.
Jason?
But I guess that brings up the bigger point, though. So if the CRA would like to have a CRAAB person at their meeting, are they, to what Julie said, are they looking to have somebody in the audience, in the room, to maybe clarify or speak to a certain agenda item when it comes up as they're going through the meeting? Or are they looking for some sort of a overview or something at some point before they dive into things in their own specific agenda? Because I think that needs to be clarified. Like, what are they looking for us for?
So when the request was made from a CRA member, it was to report to the to come report to the CRA. So I think that what I've heard is that, well, what does that look like? What does that mean? And that's what we're trying to figure out now with you making a recommendation to the CRA for their consideration. So I think that's to be determined what they're looking for. So I think it's, that's something that you all should discuss and.
Well, maybe we
make a
could just ask them too, in the course of this, just say, please let us know how you want us to be responsive to your request.
But
And Anita,
didn't-
you attend the CRA meetings and provide some level of reporting as well, correct?
I do.
Okay, yeah. So this would be a layer on top of whatever you're doing.
But I think in that meeting, I listened to it when Mr. McCabe got up and when there was a whole discussion about time commitments and how much extra, he said something like, it's 5 or 10 more minutes. You know what I mean? So it sounded like it was supposed to be a short sound bite of something, which is a very different commitment than, oh my God, like I have to now go to another meeting and sit through another 4-hour meeting. Like that's a different ask, I think.
Right, so
You even went a step further and said that it would be taken care of as one of our
Right.
first
So
items.
that's,
So, yeah, so what we've had before and what what has been done before is a report from the CRAB chair at the beginning of the meeting on the agenda. So we would go down to approving the minutes, report from CRAB chair, and then on to their agenda items. That's been the past process. So I think that past process was recognized to have some value to it. And so it would be a report from CRAB. If it's a report from CRAB, CRAB could report on your recommendations and your consensus item rather than an administrator doing that. You could have that discussion with them and provide any context that you would like. But that was the past practice. It was at the beginning of the meeting. It was a brief presentation of CRAB efforts.
Could you give us, I mean, because while I acknowledge there were instances where the chair did go and provide a report to the CRA sitting, how many instances were there of that? I mean, I was aware of only a handful.
Two in our history, but I mean, if we go back to when the CRAB first was formed, I have no idea.
Right, and so,
Minutes are.
yeah, and your CRA board changes with your city council, right? So,
sure, yeah.
so it's been different, but most recently, you know, you had fewer meetings during COVID, and so there were a lot of constraints that you had over the past few years, but I saw at least 2 instances is what I remember happening in that regard. So
That was just really to establish protocol. I mean, not that it
Yeah.
matters.
Yeah,
all to
so-
this conversation.
right.
Do we need to do anything else then?
So what I have now is consensus for the request for a joint meeting. So that's giving your chair direction to go to the CRA and ask for that joint meeting and have that discussion. And then the next item is participation with the CRA. I think I saw the head nods of either the chair or a designee. And then a designee or the chair. So I think I need clarification and consensus on that.
Or the chair would have the discretion. The chair would certainly have the discretion at any point in time to appoint a designee, I guess. But it would start with you, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I'm willing to go.
Okay.
If I'm here, and I intend to be here, but I just had pre-set up a meeting. So,
And I'm willing to go when he is not here as vice chair, or to share that responsibility.
Okay. So I heard consensus on that. And then the other item on that is for me, or is this your chair that will be getting more information about what is needed? I'm happy to bring that back after we have that discussion at September 1st. I'll bring that back to your next meeting.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. And I believe
Any other
that's all I have for today.
correspondence from anybody else?
I can add something. So as you may be aware, the City Council is working on revising their rules of procedure. And the intent is, once they have finalized that all of their boards would pretty much operate in accordance with those, noting that each board has different responsibilities. So it's almost like the generic, and then we get to the specific. So at some point in time in the future, I'll come back and talk with you about some changes to your rules. The example that came up on the remote participation is a good example of that. That would be something that's in City Council rules and then would apply equally to all of its boards and committees.
Thank you very much. With that, then, we're out of here.
There's the alarm.
Okay,
So
so,
you can-
I mean,
You can't deny the variance based on the fact that it's the price of gasoline. But you can talk about it, and you're free
Well,
to talk about conditions for other
okay, so-
aspects.
recognizing you're the city attorney, and I'm not sure I agree with you. As I read the statute, which you just handed us, so I'll agree it's an interpretation of first impression for me. This says that we can't impose any requirement on the design, construction, or location of signage advertising the retail price of gasoline. It doesn't say we can't prohibit retail gasoline signs. If that's not in the statute. If you're saying you've determined as a city attorney that our ordinance is illegal based on the Gilbert case, then I think we should have that all in writing, because it's a little awkward for us as the planning board, who have sworn to uphold the comprehensive plan in our ordinances, to agree or disagree with the planning staff on the variance criteria on the grounds of straight preemption without having something from the city attorney's office. And I could be wrong in my interpretation of that sentence, but I don't think this Florida statute preempts us telling them they can't have a sign. It clearly does say that if we do permit a sign, we can't tell them anything about the sign, because the state wants to assure that motorists get accurate information at a suitable distance away from the gas station to make a choice. The other thing I'll just say is, I'm a little surprised this comes up so late, because we had a conversation about gasoline preemption, I thought, at this board a few months ago. So you tell us, if you're saying that we're obliged to grant the variance, and then you're going to go change the ordinance as soon as we get a text amendment and city council approves, then we'll follow your direction. But I didn't get that personally from this. That's just me. The other members of the panel here could feel differently, but we're seeing this Florida statute now for the first time this morning.
You have a copy of the statute in front of it. I certainly understand your interpretation of it, which would be that an outright prohibition is different than regulating, the statute is written kind of backwards.
Well, I thought the statute was written, and we talked about this a couple of years ago. I thought the statute was written to make sure motorists got good information as they drove by the highway, not because the state was pro-gasoline price signs. I think they were saying they didn't like deceptive signs. They want to make sure that the 9/10 is at the end is of a certain size. They want to make sure if it's self-service or full service, it's clear. If it's a different charge for cash or credit, that's clear. I thought that was the intent of the state statute, not saying that the cities are unable to regulate the size of the sign. If we can't, then I'm assuming someone, if they were willing to do this, could put a much more spectacular and larger sign than we otherwise would prohibit at any gas station in town, and there wouldn't be a limitation on the size, as long as the size was strictly limited to the price of the gasoline, which I think would be, in my mind, takes us into comp plan problem territory. So I'm just, we're doing this kind of on the fly. This has nothing to do with you, Mr. Greaves.
Yes, sir.
You're doing fine. You're doing fine.
Thank you.
This is just inside baseball here.
So the statute cites, the 2017 statute cites two earlier statutes, and I've placed those under there as well, and that's about the fraction of a penny, and then the price of gas for credit versus cash. Those can be done. Those are prior statutes. In 2017,
right.
The language says, and this is open to your interpretation, I understand, and that's something for you all to discuss. It says, a political subdivision of this state, which is our city, may not adopt or enforce any ordinance or impose any other building permit or development order requirement that imposes any requirement on the design, construction, or location of signage advertising the retail price of gasoline, which prevents the signage from being clearly visible and legible to drivers of approaching motor vehicles. So they're saying that
we can't make it too small, but there's no limitation as to how big.
You're saying you make it so small that it's non-existent, that it's
Right.
prohibited.
That would be
yeah.
prohibited, right,
So-
yeah, but that's not my concern.
I understand your argument.
My concern is the opposite. My concern is that if we have to bow to Tallahassee and their superior wisdom on all matters in this regard, then there's no limitation to the size of the sign, the price sign, on any gas station in the city, even for someone who hasn't submitted one. And to me.
No, it says you're allowed to go as small as you want, as long as motorists can still see it as
Right,
a
but
requirement.
I'm not worried about
Here we
small.
have 60 square feet.
I'm not worried about small, Mr. Brooks, I'm worried about large. I'm worried about
The state is not saying that you have to approve an infinitely large sign. They're saying that you cannot impose a requirement